chosen one, stop right here. Yes, you. Heaven has interrupted your timeline. Everything around you pauses because eternity is entering this very moment. You feel that pull in your heart, that sudden awareness that something bigger is happening. That's not coincidence, that's divine appointment. God is calling your name and saying, you have 21 minutes to respond. End of 40. You weren't meant to scroll past this word. Heaven placed it here, right now, right before your eyes. Every second you've lived, every battle you've fought, every tear that's fallen, it all leads here. This is not a random encounter, it's a rescue in motion. You've asked, Lord, do you still see me? Heaven answers, yes. I see you. I've seen every night you couldn't sleep, every moment you wanted to quit, every time you tried to be strong when no one was watching. You were never forgotten. You were being prepared. You survived storms that others didn't because your name carries purpose. You were preserved for divine impact. You may have thought you were delayed, but heaven says, you were hidden until the right moment. That moment is now. The number 21 is not random. It is the number of release of breakthrough after resistance. It's heaven's way of saying, enough delay. Now is your time. These next 21 minutes symbolize the space between bondage and breakthrough, between hesitation and obedience. This message is not for your ears only. It's for your destiny. You're not being entertained, you're being enlisted. Heaven is recruiting warriors, not watchers. Listeners who will become leaders. You have been chosen as one of them. You've felt the weight, the isolation, the silence. You've wondered why life pressed so hard against you. But the pressure you felt was prophecy in disguise. It was shaping the oil within you. You were being refined, not rejected. God was forging endurance inside you, preparing you to stand when others crumble. Listen carefully now. Heaven is saying, this is not coincidence. This is rescue. The countdown isn't about fear, it's about focus. Heaven has placed you at a crossroad. And the choice is simple. Respond now or remain bound to what God is trying to pull you from. Every time you delayed obedience, grace covered you. But now grace is calling you higher. You cannot keep waiting for perfect conditions. They'll never come. This is your divine window. God's Spirit is hovering over your chaos, saying, let there be light. Empty. You are not here by mistake. You are the one God hand-picked for this era. Your survival is the evidence of your selection. You are still standing because your mission isn't over. The assignment that almost killed you is the same one that will crown you. And just as the voice of God thundered through the ages, a sacred word still speaks into your moment today. As Jesus himself declared in the Gospel of John, chapter 16, verse 33, in this world you will have trouble, but take heart, I have overcome the world. Let that truth settle in your bones. You've faced trouble real, relentless trouble, but the overcomer lives within you. You are not fighting for victory, you are fighting from victory. Heaven already wrote, the ending God wins. And because you are his, you win too. The fear that's tried to drown you loses power when you remember who walks on water. The anxiety that's tried to cage your mind dissolves when you realize peace himself lives inside you. You are not weak, you are awakening. You've been walking through seasons that made no sense. But heaven was documenting every step. The unseen path beneath your feet is lined with promises waiting to bloom. What looked like delay was divine timing, training your spirit to recognize destiny when it finally arrived. You thought you were losing strength, but in reality, you were losing burdens. Heaven has been peeling away the false layers so the real you can stand uncovered. Every disappointment, every unanswered question has been the sculptor's tool, shaping you into someone unshakable. Chosen one, you are entering the hour when silence becomes strategy. God has hidden you not to punish, but to prepare. In the quiet, He's been loading you with power unseen by others. When He releases you, even your enemies will recognize the mark of divine rescue upon your life. The 21-minute countdown is heaven's reminder. Time is sacred when destiny calls. Don't freeze in hesitation. Don't negotiate with delay. Respond, because every second you say yes, something in the unseen begins to shift. Angels move, chains weaken, doors open. Right now, make your response visible as an act of faith. Comment 21 below, not as superstition, but as alignment. It's your way of saying, Lord, I hear you. I am ready. Each number typed echoes through heaven as an answered call. And when you're done, like, share, and subscribe, not for algorithms, but for assignment. You're not spreading content, you're spreading calling. Every share is another soul pulled from the edge. Someone else's countdown begins when yours ends. Listen, heaven isn't asking for perfection, it's asking for permission. Let God rescue you. Let Him rewrite your story. The same voice that calmed the storm is calming the war in your spirit, even now. You can almost feel the stillness settling in the proof that rescue has begun. This is your moment. Chosen one. You have 21 minutes to respond, not because God is rushing you, but because eternity is waiting for your yes. Oh, the divine clock begins to move. Chosen one. You can almost hear it, the slow, rhythmic pulse of heaven counting down to your awakening. 21 minutes, not of earthly time, but of divine transition. This is the moment when faith begins to move faster than fear, when your spirit starts catching up with what God already declared about you. Heaven is not rushing you, but it is reminding you that time on earth is sacred. Every breath you take has eternal weight. Every heartbeat is a testimony that the plan of darkness failed again. And though you may not see the full picture yet, the clock of deliverance has already started ticking. You sense it in the air, the shift that happens before something new begins. You are standing in the space between who you were and who you are about to become. The walls that once surrounded you are trembling. The heaviness that once defined you is beginning to lift. Something ancient is breaking open over your life, something God planned before the foundation of the world. You've felt the ache of separation, the people who walked away, the plans that fell apart, the opportunities that dissolved overnight. But what if those exits were not rejection, but redirection? What if heaven was clearing the path because where you're going, you can't carry what you used to cling to? God's rescue plan often starts with loss. Before He delivered Israel, had disrupted Egypt, before He crowned David, He emptied His comfort. Before Jesus resurrected, He embraced the cross. And before He lifts you higher, He allows certain things to collapse, so that when the rebuilding begins, you'll know who laid the foundation. You are being taught divine timing. That's why the clock is ticking, not as a threat, but as a teacher. The 21-minute countdown is heaven's way of teaching you that obedience delayed is blessing delayed. Every time you respond quickly to God, the gears of destiny turn faster. But every hesitation adds weight to your own waiting. You've been through a wilderness so long that silence became normal. You mistook stillness for abandonment. But heaven was working in the quiet. God wasn't ignoring you. He was incubating you. The longer the silence, the greater the unveiling that follows. The unseen is never inactive. It's just preparing to burst into sight. Heaven has been whispering into your spirit. Even when you couldn't recognize His voice, those random thoughts of hope that kept returning, those sudden moments of peace that made no sense, that was God, sowing small seeds of rescue in the soil of your mind. You were never out of His sight. Now, as dimeneros, you can sense divine motion all around you. The Spirit of God begins aligning events, people, and opportunities with precision. Things that seemed disconnected will suddenly converge. Prayers that seemed forgotten will begin to echo with answers. The countdown isn't ending, it's activating what's been dormant. You will notice signs, subtle ones, but sure, conversations that confirm what your spirit already knew. Encounters that seem random but carry revelation. Dreams that return like reminders. Heaven is weaving threads you can't yet see. Every moment is a stitch in the fabric of divine rescue. According to what is revealed in the book of Psalms, chapter 34, verse 19, the righteous person may have many troubles, but the Lord delivers him from them all. Those words are ancient, but their power is present. Trouble doesn't disqualify you, it identifies you. The righteous are not exempt from battles, they are guaranteed victory in them. God doesn't promise an easy path, He promises a faithful rescue. You've faced many troubles indeed, some external, others internal. The nights where you couldn't stop crying, the mornings where you didn't want to rise, the moments where you felt invisible, even in a crowd, but heaven saw it all. You are still standing because deliverance was surrounding you even when you didn't feel it. Rescue is not an event, it's a process. It begins in the unseen, moves through obedience, and manifests in divine timing. While you wait, God is fighting in places you cannot reach, undoing curses, redirecting storms, silencing accusations. The reason the battle intensified lately is because the enemy knows rescue is near. Your endurance frustrates darkness. Every time you refuse to give up, heaven celebrated quietly. The enemy has no strategy for a believer who keeps standing. You've already confused hell by surviving what was meant to destroy you. Now, you're about to bewilder it by thriving after you've been rescued. You will soon understand why God allowed the delay. He was building faith that couldn't be faked, purity that couldn't be purchased, strength that couldn't be shaken. You were being sculpted into someone who carries light through chaos without losing peace. When rescue manifests, it won't just remove you from danger, it will reposition you into destiny. Every lesson, every loss, every lonely hour will suddenly make sense. You'll realize that what tried to kill you actually carved the capacity to carry the next level of glory. You won't need to announce your breakthrough. It will speak for itself. The same people who doubted you will see the evidence of divine rescue written all over your life. You will carry peace like a weapon and walk through storms like their shadows. Chosen one. Heaven's timing is perfect. The divine clock is not running out. It's counting you in. You are not late, you are arriving. Each tick of heaven's clock is a heartbeat of mercy. Each minute, a reminder that your story is still unfolding under divine authorship. So breathe. The rescue is already in progress. Heaven doesn't rush, but it never delays without reason. The next time you feel the tension between waiting and wanting, remember, every second in God's plan is sacred. He's not just saving you, He's shaping you for what comes next. The seconds keep falling like droplets of eternity. Chosen one, you can feel the clock of heaven still ticking, not in panic, but in purpose. Something inside you has begun to awaken. A quiet realization that you are being drawn deeper into divine instruction. The rescue has started, but obedience must continue. You are learning that deliverance isn't a one-time event, it's a continuous surrender. You are not who you were an hour ago. Even now, heaven is reshaping your identity. The things that used to control you, fear, guilt, shame, are losing their grip. You are no longer defined by what broke you, but by the one who is rebuilding you. God is not merely fixing you, He is recreating you from the inside out. Heaven whispers, do not fear the process, because every step forward requires a shedding of the old. You cannot carry yesterday's mindset into tomorrow's mission. The fire you feel burning in your chest is refining you, not consuming you. That is the heat of holiness. God removing what can't go with you into the next chapter. You are walking through a sacred transition, and though it feels uncertain, heaven is steady beneath your feet. God is not only rescuing you from what chased you, He's also teaching you how to walk in new strength. The same waves that once threatened to drown you will soon become the path you walk upon. You can sense it now, the shift in atmosphere. The spiritual air is charged with destiny. The countdown is no longer a warning, it's an invitation. Heaven isn't asking for speed, it's asking for sensitivity. You are being trained to move with divine rhythm. For a long time, you moved according to fear, reacting, retreating, and running. But now the Spirit of God is training your steps. You'll notice that what used to shake you no longer has the same power. That's the fruit of rescue. That's the evidence of inner transformation. Heaven has begun to rebuild the confidence the world tried to crush. The timid whisper in your heart is becoming a roar. You are rediscovering your voice. Every word that once silenced you is being broken off by divine authority. You are being reintroduced to your true self, the one heaven always saw. God is not distant in this process, He's deliberate. The lessons He's teaching you now will become weapons later. The pain you endured is turning into discernment. The loneliness that once felt like punishment has become the secret place of revelation. You are learning how to hear God in stillness and how to trust Him in silence. As the prophet wrote in the scroll of Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 3, "For the revelation awaits an appointed time. It speaks of the end and will not prove false. Though it linger, wait for it. It will certainly come and will not delay." I too. Those words are alive, even now. What God promised you hasn't expired. Heaven does not forget appointments, it fulfills them. The delay was not denial, it was alignment. You were not ready then, but you are becoming ready now. Chosen one. Hear this carefully. The revelation you carry will speak when the time comes. The promises that have been quiet are not dead, they are maturing. Just as a seed hides underground before breaking forth, your destiny has been germinating beneath the soil of your struggle. Heaven says, Wait, but don't wander. End of teen. It's easy to doubt in the waiting, to question whether God still remembers you. But your waiting season is your training season. Heaven is teaching you how to hold faith without evidence. Because once you can trust without seeing, you can lead without fearing. You have walked through valleys where others lost hope, but you held on. That endurance is your mark. Heaven saw every moment you chose faith over frustration. Every time you refused to quit when quitting would have been easier. Those unseen victories are the reason God is calling you forward now. And now, as this message meets your spirit, heaven invites you to respond not with panic, but with purpose. Let your heart agree with the call by writing your confession in the comments below. Comment, "I hear you," and quote. When you type those words, something supernatural happens. You are not just interacting with a message, you are agreeing with heaven. "I hear you" is not a phrase, it's a declaration. It means, I recognize the voice behind the words. I acknowledge that this is not coincidence. I am ready to respond. Every time a chosen one publicly declares, "I hear you," the spiritual realm takes notice. Angels mark that agreement as obedience. Heaven moves where faith is spoken aloud. So don't hold back. Declare it with conviction. The words are simple, but the act is prophetic. When you say, "I hear you," you silence the voices of confusion that have haunted your mind. You tell darkness, "I no longer follow your noise." You align your spirit with heaven's frequency. You say yes to the rescue. Yes to the process. Yes to the calling. Right now, the world may not understand what's happening within you, but it will. Because what God is birthing through you will soon be visible to all. You are becoming a living testimony that heaven still speaks and that obedience still opens doors. There is a rhythm to this journey. Pain, waiting, revelation, obedience, glory. You are walking through that sequence now. It's uncomfortable because transformation always is. But keep walking. Keep surrendering. Heaven is closer than it feels. You've been waiting for a sign. And this is it. The timing. The words. The stirring inside. None of it is random. Heaven tailored this moment specifically for you. The countdown continues. Not to pressure you, but to remind you that destiny never delays forever. You're standing in the overlap between what was and what will be. So breathe deeply. Chosen one, let your spirit settle in this truth. You have heard heaven, and heaven has heard you. You are no longer lost in the noise. You are aligned with the voice. The rescue is still unfolding, but you are already inside its promise. The countdown continues. Chosen one. But now it feels different. The air is calmer. The noise in your mind is quieter. Something sacred has begun to unfold within you, a peace you can't explain, yet can't ignore. Heaven's rescue isn't only about pulling you out, it's about pulling you through. You're not being removed from your storm, you're being refined within it. You've learned that faith is not the absence of struggle. It's the decision to trust when sight fails, to keep walking when your map burns away. You've been stretched in places where it hurt most. But growth always begins in discomfort. Heaven's hands have been molding you carefully, like clay being shaped for a greater purpose. Every pressure you've endured carried prophetic design. You were not being crushed, you were being crafted. The oil of anointing that marks the chosen is only released through the pressing. Every test that nearly broke you has now become a doorway of revelation. That's why the attacks have been so precise. Darkness only fights what threatens it. The fact that you are still standing is proof that you're dangerous to hell. There are moments, however, when the silence feels too heavy, when you wonder if heaven has paused mid-sentence. You look around and see others moving faster, achieving more, smiling wider, and you question your own pace. But, beloved, God's timeline is never synchronized with man's. You are not behind, you are hidden. You're not late, you are in training. Heaven does not rush masterpieces. Remember what the Spirit whispered, "I'll rescue you." He didn't mean instant escape. He meant a guided transformation. Rescue is rarely comfortable. It requires unlearning, healing, surrendering, and trusting again. Sometimes the hardest part of being rescued is realizing you must let go of control. You have to release your plan before heaven can reveal its own. The world teaches you to fix everything by striving harder, but heaven rescues by stillness. God moves when you stop performing. He speaks clearest when you stop explaining. You've spent years trying to prove your worth to people, to systems, even to yourself. But now, grace interrupts the performance and whispers, "You've always been mine." 1:3. There's a beauty in realizing you no longer need to earn what was freely given. You don't need to chase what's already written with your name on it. The battle you've been fighting isn't about capacity, it's about clarity. You've always had strength, but heaven is teaching you where to direct it. The old version of you would panic when doors closed. The new version will praise through it. You're learning to interpret closed doors, not as rejection, but as redirection. God isn't saying no to punish you. He's saying not there to protect you. Every detour is mercy in disguise. Look back for a moment. Think of everything that didn't work out. The relationships that fell apart. The plans that collapsed. The seasons that felt wasted. And yet you are still here. Still breathing. Still able to hear heaven's voice. That's not random survival. That's intentional preservation. You've been carried by unseen hands through dangers you didn't even recognize. God's rescue has layers. Sometimes He pulls you out of the fire. Other times, He keeps you from entering it at all. You will never know how many battles were won in silence while you slept. How many attacks were dismantled before they ever reached your life. Heaven has been busier on your behalf than you could ever comprehend. You've wondered why your spirit has felt restless lately. It's because the transition has already begun. What you call discomfort, heaven calls movement. The divine clock is turning, and the sound you hear is destiny unlocking. You are walking out of old alignments and into divine assignments. What once fit comfortably now feels tight because you've outgrown it. Heaven's rescue often feels like unraveling. The patterns that once defined your identity begin to dissolve. The habits that once felt safe start to lose appeal. This is spiritual detox, the cleansing before the commissioning. You're shedding everything that can't survive at higher altitudes. The weight you feel isn't always opposition, it's transformation. You are being expanded to carry more glory, more wisdom, more authority. It's uncomfortable because the vessel is growing. The old capacity cannot contain the new call. God isn't just answering your prayers, He's enlarging you to receive them. In the silence, when it feels like nothing is happening, remember this: the deepest growth happens underground. Seeds don't make noise when they break open. Roots don't announce themselves when they deepen. Transformation rarely comes with applause. But heaven celebrates every small act of faith you take in secret. And as you breathe through this unseen work, the eternal word rises once more, reminding you that rescue is not random. It is written. We are reminded through the writings of David in the Psalms, chapter 2, verse 1. I waited patiently for the Lord. He turned to me and heard my cry. Those words belong to you now. They describe your journey, perfectly waiting, crying, and being heard. Patience has been your warfare, and heaven has heard every whisper. God is not ignoring you. He is leaning in. The same God who turned toward David is turning toward you. This waiting season is not wasted. It's sacred. Every minute spent in surrender becomes seed for the harvest ahead. Heaven will not allow your patience to return empty. The same tears that watered your prayers will soon water your breakthrough. So, keep walking through this quiet stretch of the countdown. Every step forward, even when unseen, counts in eternity. You are being positioned, not paused. Heaven's timeline is about precision, not pressure. The rescue is unfolding even in the silence. The divine clock keeps its rhythm. Chosen one. And with every beat, heaven draws you nearer to revelation. You have walked through darkness, waited through silence, and now the first rays of dawn begin to appear over your soul. Rescue is not only a divine act, it's a divine unveiling. You are beginning to see what heaven saw in you all along. You've been walking a long road, sometimes barefoot, sometimes crawling. You've crossed deserts of disappointment, rivers of regret, and mountains of misunderstanding. Yet, here you stand still, breathing, still believing, still seeking. That alone is victory. Heaven does not measure success by speed. It measures it by endurance. Every step you took in faith, even when trembling, became a spark of light in the dark corridors of destiny. Heaven has followed your footsteps like a painter tracing strokes on canvas. Each scar, each bruise, each silent tear has become part of a larger masterpiece you couldn't yet see. You are not just being rescued, you are being rewritten. You are like a lighthouse battered by endless waves, yet still shining. The ocean of life has hurled storms at you, but the flame remains lit. That flame, small as it seems, has guided others through their own darkness. You never realized that your survival became someone else's signal that hope still exists. Heaven looks at you and whispers, "This one carries fire." And fire always finds purpose. It purifies. It illuminates. It draws. The heat you've endured is the same energy heaven will use to light others. You were never meant to burn out. You were meant to burn bright. As your spirit stabilizes in this truth, the Lord reveals the next step: to share what you've received. Rescue never ends with one person. It multiplies. The light you carry is not meant to be hidden under shame or fear. God rescued you to make you a rescuer, not by might, but by message. Your testimony is the bridge someone else needs to cross. The words that healed you can heal others. The same hope that kept you alive will keep others alive too. Heaven's work spreads through willing vessels, through people who dare to speak, to share, to give. You are now being invited to participate in that sacred exchange. The Spirit reminds you, every seed you sow, whether through word, Action, or generosity, becomes part of heaven's rescue chain. When you share light, heaven multiplies it. When you give, heaven stretches it. When you connect, heaven flows through you. You may wonder, how can my small action matter? But the kingdom of God has always been built on mustard seeds, small beginnings that grow into great shelters. A simple click, a small act of kindness, a quiet moment of giving. These are not trivial things. They are the bricks of eternity. Just as the widow's 2 coins became eternal scripture, so your small act of generosity carries eternal impact. When you support what feeds your spirit, you plant into the same soil that rescued you. You help the message reach another soul standing at the same cliff you once faced. Heaven's mathematics are not like ours. One share becomes a ripple that touches nations. One donation becomes bread in the wilderness for a soul starving for hope. One act of connection becomes the spark that ignites revival in someone else's timeline. So, as the fire of understanding burns brighter, take this next step, not as obligation, but as overflow. If this message has breathed life into your spirit, then share it. Let it travel on the wind of your compassion. When you like, you affirm light. When you share, you spread deliverance. When you subscribe, you say to heaven, keep speaking, I am listening. And if your heart stirs to donate, do it not out of pressure. But participation. You are not paying for words, you are partnering with purpose. Every offering is a seed, and seeds grow faster in the soil of obedience. Heaven notices the giver who gives quietly, joyfully, intentionally. Your gift becomes oil that keeps the flame burning for countless others. Remember, chosen one, rescue is a circle. The same hand that pulled you up now uses yours to pull another. This is how the kingdom expands. One story, one soul, one spark at a time. The journey has been long, but you have not walked it alone. Heaven has walked beside you, step by step, sometimes carrying you when you could not move. And now, as dawn stretches across your heart, you see that every shadow was necessary. It gave depth to the light. It's time to release gratitude, not as words, but as worship. Gratitude in motion becomes giving. Gratitude in faith becomes sharing. Gratitude in obedience becomes legacy. The rescue that reached you will continue to reach others through your willingness. Heaven sees your quiet sacrifices, the times you gave out of scarcity, the prayers you whispered over strangers, the times you loved without recognition. These small things are the architecture of eternity. God uses them to build unseen cathedrals of mercy that will outlast the world. And through it all, the eternal voice speaks again, steady and sure, carrying across ages with the same certainty it held when first spoken. The apostle reminds us in his letter to the Galatians, chapter 6, verse 9, "Let us not become weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up." And those words are your compass now. Keep sowing kindness. Keep doing good. Keep believing that no act of faith ever fades unnoticed. Heaven's ledger records every effort born of love, every seed born of sincerity. You are not giving into emptiness. You are investing into eternity. When you give, when you share, when you speak light, you are extending heaven's reach through your own hands. Let your life become the echo of that verse. Continue the good work heaven began in you. Be the reason another heart feels seen, another soul finds peace, another life hears the whisper of hope again. And as you do, feel heaven's smile upon you. The same God who promised rescue is now promising reward. The same voice that called your name in darkness now calls you a vessel of light. Chosen one. The rescue is alive within you. Now, keep it flowing. Keep it burning. Keep it moving through acts of love and grace. Because somewhere, right now, another soul is watching the clock, waiting for heaven to interrupt, and your light might just be the message that saves them. The air is shifting again. Chosen one. You can almost feel heaven drawing closer with each heartbeat. The divine countdown continues. But the atmosphere around you has changed. It's heavier with presence, thicker with revelation. You're beginning to understand that rescue is not only about escaping what held you, it's about stepping into what's been waiting for you. This is the part of the journey where clarity begins to unfold. Heaven starts connecting the dots you couldn't see before. The confusion that once clouded your mind starts to lift. Like dissolving on a sunrise. Suddenly, what once seemed random begins to reveal divine rhythm. Every delay, every disappointment, every detour, it all starts to make sense. You see now that nothing was wasted. Every lonely night was a classroom. Every closed door, a rerouted promise. God was never absent. He was arranging. The pain that once silenced your voice is now giving birth to your purpose. What felt like the end was actually a beginning dressed in disguise. Many around you are still asleep, unaware of the divine urgency pulsing through this hour. They scroll. They search. They chase noise. But you, chosen one, have been interrupted by purpose. You are awake in a generation that has grown numb. And that awareness makes you accountable. The one who hears must respond. You are not being pressured. You are being positioned. Heaven's timeline is perfect. But your obedience determines how quickly it unfolds. The longer you hesitate, the heavier the warfare becomes. But the moment you step fully into surrender, the atmosphere changes. Angels move at the sound of your yes. And this is not about emotion, it's about motion. You have prayed for signs, but heaven is saying, you are the sign. You are the evidence that light still wins. You are the living proof that grace still rescues. God didn't save you just to soothe you. He saved you to send you. The next phase of your rescue is activation. Heaven is calling you to walk in authority, to use the power already placed within you. You are not waiting for breakthrough anymore. Breakthrough is waiting for you to move. You may think, I'm not ready. But readiness is not a feeling, it's a decision. The moment you decide to trust, heaven provides strength. The same God who called you is the one who will equip you. And right in this sacred pause between fear and faith, heaven speaks again, gentle, but unmistakable. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Jeremiah. Chapter 29, verse 11. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future. And that promise is not abstract, it's personal. Heaven knows your name, your scars, your story, and still calls you chosen. The plans written for your life are not fragile, they are fortified. Even when you wandered, even when you doubted, the blueprint never changed. God's intentions for you remained pure and powerful. Chosen one. This is your confirmation. Heaven has not forgotten what it wrote about you. There is still hope for the dream that seems too broken to revive. The seed that appeared to die in the soil is about to bloom. You have not missed your moment. You have matured into it. But heaven won't force what you must freely choose. Rescue de mon réponse. The divine countdown continues for a reason. It's not counting down to your end, but to your awakening. Heaven waits for your signal. The moment you declare with faith that you are ready. So, right now, at this turning point in your journey, act prophetically. Make your spirit visible in the unseen realm. As an act of agreement, comment 888 below. Why 888? Because it represents new beginnings, multiplied triple resurrection power. It's heaven's symbol of cycles completed, doors reopened, and destinies reborn. When you write it, you're saying, Lord, I receive new life in every area that once felt buried. It's not about numbers, it's about faith. The act of typing becomes a prophetic declaration. You are telling heaven, I'm not standing still anymore. I'm stepping into new beginnings. Angels move on the language of obedience. And that simple act releases the sound of surrender into eternity. As you type it, feel the shift in your spirit. Something begins to loosen. The heaviness that clung to you starts to lift. The atmosphere around you begins to change because heaven recognizes movement, what you declare publicly. God establishes spiritually. The rescue isn't over, it's accelerating. You're being pulled out of delay, out of confusion, out of fear. Heaven's light is touching the deepest corners of your story, rewriting every line the enemy tried to distort. And as your heart responds, heaven smiles, because this is what the 21-minute call was always about, not panic. Participation. God didn't count down to punish you. He counted down to partner with you. Your yes becomes the signal that heaven was waiting for. The storms that once intimidated you will now obey your command. The chains that held you will recognize your authority. You will begin to walk in spiritual clarity, no longer second-guessing your worth or your purpose. Heaven's rescue becomes your revelation. You were never ordinary, and you were never alone. So take this moment and seal it in your heart. Let your spirit echo with obedience. Speak the number aloud. Whisper it. Write it. 888. Let it become the sound of resurrection in your life. Let heaven hear the echo of your agreement and respond with acceleration. The rhythm of heaven continues, steady and unwavering. Chosen one. The clock that once brought trembling now feels like a heartbeat, a living reminder that you are no longer running out of time, but walking in divine alignment. The urgency has not faded, but its tone has changed. It no longer feels like pressure, it feels like purpose. You are beginning to breathe in step with eternity. There is a stillness now, but it's not the silence of emptiness. It's the calm that comes after a storm, the kind that only arrives when heaven has finished rearranging the battlefield. You look around, and though scars remain, there's peace in your bones. The war within you has quieted, not because the enemy disappeared, but because you discovered who you are. Heaven's rescue wasn't meant to shelter you from every storm. It was meant to reveal your authority in the middle of them. The same waters that once threatened to drown you now obey your word. You've learned that the secret to victory isn't avoiding battles, but learning how to rest while they rage. You have become a living paradox, peaceful in warfare, gentle in strength, soft yet unbreakable. That's what heaven does to those it rescues. It doesn't just save them, it sanctifies them. It polishes rough edges until light reflects purely. You are that reflection now. Even if you still feel ordinary, the divine is no longer above you, it's flowing through you. The world might not notice yet, but heaven already does. Angels record your quiet obedience, your unseen endurance, your whispered prayers when no one else is watching. Each moment of surrender becomes a melody in the courts of God. You are composing worship through the way you live. In the stillness, your senses become sharper. You begin to discern the voice of heaven with more clarity. You recognize that not every delay is demonic, and not every blessing is divine timing. You are learning wisdom, not just warfare. Heaven is teaching you how to move with precision, how to walk by revelation instead of reaction. There was a time when confusion ruled your thoughts. You chased validation like air, needing to be seen, to be approved, to be applauded. But the rescue brought something deeper than confidence. It brought identity. You no longer need the echo of man when you have the whisper of God. His "well done" is louder than the world's applause. That's how heaven matures the chosen. It breaks the addiction to attention so that obedience becomes your only motivation. You're no longer doing things to be noticed, you're doing them to be faithful. Faithfulness is the language of heaven, and you are now fluent. This transformation didn't happen overnight. It came through pain, through silence, through surrender. You've walked through the wilderness of uncertainty, carrying faith like a fragile flame. Yet, even when the wind blew hard, you never let it die. And now, that tiny flame has become a torch. Heaven trusts you with light because you protected it when it was small. God is now showing you glimpses of your purpose. You may not see the full picture, but pieces are starting to align. You begin to notice divine coincidences, words that confirm what your heart already knew, moments that feel like destiny brushing past your shoulder. That's how heaven communicates, subtly, steadily, sacredly. You are no longer being rescued from something, you are being released into something. The shift is happening quietly, but unmistakably, you feel strength returning, creativity rising, hope reviving. What once felt impossible now seems inevitable. Heaven's rescue has matured into revelation. There's a new rhythm in your steps. The heaviness that used to cling to you like shadow has lifted. You are lighter now, freer. It's not that life suddenly became easy. It's that your spirit has learned to soar above what once held you captive. You are walking with wings now, not chains. In this moment of awakening, the Word of God rises again to remind you that every waiting season has purpose, and every rescue has reward. Heaven speaks clearly through the words in Deuteronomy, chapter 31, verse 6, "Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid or terrified because of them. For the Lord your God goes with you. He will never leave you nor forsake you." And that is not just a verse, it's a vow. The God who called you will not abandon you midway. The same presence that found you in the pit will walk with you in the promise. You are not alone in this new chapter. You are accompanied by the one who never sleeps nor slumbers. When you walk into unfamiliar territory, Fear will whisper, "You're not ready," but the voice of heaven will counter, "You're not alone." Every step you take from this point forward carries companionship. The same Spirit that raised Christ from the dead is living within you, guiding, guarding, and growing you. This companionship is not only comfort, it's empowerment. You're no longer a survivor, you're a steward of divine presence. You carry something that shifts atmospheres, something that speaks peace into chaos, something that awakens hope in others just by being near them. The rescued become rescuers, the healed become healers. And though you may not realize it yet, you've already begun to influence others simply by enduring. Your quiet faith has been louder than your loudest words. People have watched you walk through storms and still smile. They saw your endurance and called it strength. Not realizing it was surrender, you've become evidence that God still keeps His promises. So breathe. Chosen one, rest in the rhythm of rescue. You no longer need to fight for stability. It has been given to you. You've entered a season where peace is not occasional, but continual. Heaven's voice no longer feels distant. It feels familiar. You have become the very thing the enemy feared, a soul unshaken, anchored, and aware. You no longer respond to darkness with panic, but with prayer. You no longer question your worth. You carry it. The rescue has become revelation, and revelation has become rest. The path ahead glows faintly. Chosen one. The light isn't blinding, it's gentle. Enough to guide your next step, but not the whole road. That's how heaven works. It reveals in portions so that trust becomes your true map. You've been asking for details, but God is giving you direction instead. He knows that if you could see everything at once, you'd rush what He is still refining. The silence around you is no longer intimidating, it's sacred. It's the hush before manifestation. The stillness where heaven rearranges what eyes can't see. You are walking through the hallway between prophecy and fulfillment, a sacred in-between space. It feels narrow because it's holy. You are being squeezed into purpose, molded into precision. You may feel tension rising again, uncertainty, perhaps even fatigue. That's because birthing always comes with pressure. When heaven prepares to bring something forth through you, everything that can be shaken will be shaken. The pressure is not punishment, it's preparation for promise. You are being stretched, but not destroyed. Your faith is expanding its lungs, learning how to breathe in larger atmospheres. You've prayed for greater capacity. This is how it's formed. You are being entrusted with influence and insight that require a sturdier spirit. The old ways of responding to pain will not carry you forward. Heaven is teaching you emotional strength, spiritual intelligence, and divine endurance. You are stepping into a deeper level of maturity, the kind that no longer needs constant reassurance, but quietly walks in conviction. You are no longer driven by signs. You are sustained by certainty. You don't need to see everything clearly to know that heaven is near. The rescue has moved from external miracles to internal mastery. It's strange, isn't it, how calm this stage feels? Even though you don't have all the answers. That's what transformation looks like. It no longer demands explanation to trust revelation. You are learning that peace isn't the absence of questions, it's the presence of trust. Heaven isn't answering every why, because it's training you to rest in who. And even in this quiet progress, your past occasionally knocks. Memories return, testing the stability of your peace. Old fears whisper, "What if it happens again?" But heaven speaks louder now, reminding you that rescue means renewal. You are not the same person who went through those storms. The past can only chase what it still owns, and it no longer owns you. Your scars no longer sting, they speak. They are no longer proof of pain, but evidence of purpose. Every wound healed by grace becomes a window for glory. Through the cracks of your humanity, the light of divinity shines brighter. You were never meant to be flawless, you were meant to be faithful. And while you walk in this unfolding peace, a familiar truth rises through time, echoing like a reminder written in eternal ink. It was proclaimed in the second letter to Timothy, chapter 1, verse 7. For God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power, of love, and of a sound mind. These are not just comforting words, they are your new identity. You carry power to overcome, love to restore, and soundness of mind to discern. The rescue was never just about escaping darkness, it was about receiving authority. Fear once governed your emotions, but now peace reigns like a crown. Power doesn't mean control, it means composure. You have the strength to remain still in chaos, to love in hostility, to think clearly in confusion. Heaven's Spirit is teaching you how to govern your inner world so that no outer world can overthrow you. You are learning that dominion begins within. You've spent much of your life reacting now. You are responding. There's a difference. Reaction is driven by fear, but response is anchored in faith. The one who responds listens first. That's you now listening, perceiving, moving only when heaven moves. You've become synchronized with divine rhythm. The more you grow, the quieter your warfare becomes. The battles that once shook you now pass like distant thunder. You've outgrown panic. That doesn't mean life will never test you again. It means you've learned where to stand when it does. You no longer swing your sword wildly, you wield it with wisdom. Heaven is promoting you from rescued to ruler, not ruler over people, but over your atmosphere. You carry authority over your thoughts, your emotions, your environment. You've learned how to speak peace into panic, light into shadow, truth into deception. That is the maturity of rescue. It turns survivors into stewards. You are being called to stability now, not spectacle. The time of emotional whiplash is over. Heaven is rooting you deeply so that no wind of confusion can uproot you again. You'll begin to notice that chaos doesn't cling like it used to. That's what authority feels like, freedom from reaction. There will still be moments when you feel the old trembling, when the shadows of fear pass by your mind. But now, instead of shrinking, you'll smile because you'll recognize it for what it is, a shadow, not a substance. Fear is not real in the presence of perfect love, and perfect love lives within you. This new peace will confuse those who once knew your panic. They'll wonder how you stay so calm, so sure, so serene. You don't need to explain. Let your life preach silently. The strongest sermon is stability under pressure. You are now the walking evidence of divine rescue, steady, luminous, unafraid, still. Never mistake calm for completion. Heaven is not finished, it is fortifying. What's being built in you will soon overflow into others. Peace isn't just your inheritance, it's your influence. People will come to you, not for answers, but for atmosphere. They'll feel safety in your presence because you carry the scent of heaven. The winds shift again. Chosen, 1. You feel it, the subtle trembling in the air when heaven moves. It's not chaos, it's transition. The spiritual atmosphere around you is recalibrating, aligning your inner world with heaven's rhythm. You are walking between what was promised and what's about to appear. This is the narrow bridge of faith. And every step you take now resounds through eternity. You've been learning stillness, learning trust, learning obedience. But now, heaven whispers of boldness. The rescue wasn't meant to end in relief. It was meant to awaken your roar. You were not saved to sit silently. You were rescued to rise. There is a new authority forming in your voice. A sound that carries weight, not because it's loud, but because it's true. Every time you've remained silent in the face of fear, heaven took note. Every moment you forgave when bitterness wanted to rule, the kingdom advanced. What you thought were small choices have been seismic in the spirit. The war has already shifted because of your unseen obedience. You are becoming the weapon heaven forged from pain. Now, God says, speak what you know. Declare what you've lived. You don't need to preach to crowds. Your story already preaches. Every scar you carry has a sermon inside it. You are the living letter heaven wrote to this generation, the testimony that grace still works. Still, boldness feels strange after so much survival. You've learned how to protect yourself, how to hide, how to stay quiet. But the same God who sheltered you is now sending you. Rescue doesn't end in hiding, it ends in heralding. Heaven didn't save you to keep you silent. It saved you to sound the alarm that hope still breathes. Your voice carries frequency. When you speak faith, darkness loses ground. When you speak truth, confusion flees. You have underestimated the power within your words. Heaven has not. That's why the enemy attacked your confidence so violently, because he knew your voice was dangerous. Chosen one. Heaven is not asking you to be perfect, just present. The Spirit is not seeking performance, but partnership. Your willingness carries more power than your eloquence. If you open your mouth in obedience, heaven will fill it with wisdom. The fire you feel rising in your chest is the same fire that burned in the prophets. It's divine urgency. It's time to declare what heaven has been whispering. Your environment will change when your language does. Stop speaking like a victim and start speaking like a vessel. You are no longer the one being rescued. You are now the one carrying rescue. The difference lies in what you dare to declare. As was spoken in the sacred texts of old, in the book of Proverbs, chapter 18, verse 21, the tongue has the power of life and death, and those who love it will eat its fruit. This is your reminder. Your words build worlds. Every sentence you release either constructs peace or empowers chaos. Speak life, even when you feel surrounded by death. Speak hope when fear tightens its grip. The atmosphere around you is waiting for your command, because you carry the Creator's breath. Heaven has entrusted you with the same creative authority that spoke galaxies into being. When you say, "Peace, be still," heaven agrees. When you declare, "I am free," chains start to melt. When you whisper, "God is with me," hell trembles. You are not merely repeating scripture, you are releasing power. Your words today will feed your future tomorrow. That's why heaven keeps training your tongue. There is no neutral speech. Every phrase is a seed. What you plant with your mouth, you will walk in with your life. So guard your language like treasure. Let praise replace complaint. Truth replace fear. Prophecy replace panic. The time of silence is over. You have been anointed to speak, not to argue, not to impress, but to declare heaven's reality over earthly circumstance. Your voice is not small, it is sacred. And when you speak, heaven amplifies. So now, as your spirit stands on this threshold of boldness, take one simple step of agreement with heaven. Let your fingers echo what your faith believes. Comment, I believe. Then, when you type those words, don't treat them as ritual, treat them as revelation. I believe is more than an affirmation, it's a weapon. You are declaring to every invisible resistance, I am aligned with heaven's truth. You are breaking the silence that darkness depends on. Every time you declare, I believe, heaven marks that moment as faith activated. Angels respond to belief faster than fear. Your confession becomes a key that unlocks doors you didn't even know existed. The kingdom moves at the speed of your agreement. Let those two words echo inside you. I believe. Believe that God is not finished. Believe that what was broken will become beautiful. Believe that the storm that tried to drown you will now propel you. Belief is not naive. It's prophetic. It sees what's invisible and treats it as inevitable. You've waited long enough, prayed long enough, endured long enough. Now heaven wants you to speak long enough until you see what you've believed. Your words are the bridge between the invisible promise and the visible manifestation. Look at your journey. You've come through the waters, survived the wilderness, and now stand on the edge of promise. Heaven has been preparing you to not only enter it, but to announce it. Every declaration you make becomes a trumpet blast, signaling that another chosen one has taken their place. So lift your voice, even if it shakes. Whisper it through tears if you must. But speak it, I believe. Say it until every cell in your body agrees. Until every fear bows to faith. Until every shadow surrenders to light. Heaven hears you. The rescue continues, but this time, it's flowing outward from you. The same word that saved you will now save others through you. You are no longer waiting for revival, you are carrying it. The rescue continues to unfold. Chosen one. You can feel it now, not as a storm, but as a sunrise. Slowly, softly, the light spreads over the landscape of your soul. The shadows that once dominated you are shrinking, and the air carries a sense of gentle hope. Heaven has not only lifted you, it is now sending you. You are becoming an instrument of restoration, a melody of mercy in a world that has forgotten its rhythm. The journey hasn't been easy, but it has been holy. Every scar along the way has become a signature of grace. Each one says, I survived what was meant to destroy me. But more than that, you've grown beautiful in the process. Like a tree bent by countless winds, you stand strong, roots deep, branches wide, still reaching for light. Heaven loves trees like that, those that remain standing when the storm stops screaming. Now, your story carries fragrance. The oil of your endurance perfumes the air around you. People won't understand why your peace feels different, why your words carry weight, why your silence holds power, but heaven does. You have walked through fire, and you came out refined, not ruined. The Lord is now whispering, what you've received, Share. Rescue is not meant to be contained. It's meant to be multiplied, like rivers that find their way to the sea. What flows into you must flow through you. When you give, you keep heaven's current alive. When you share, you become the vessel through which divine mercy travels. Think of it this way. Every good word is a lantern you pass along in the night. Every act of love, every offering, every small gesture, it all becomes light for someone else's darkness. You are not simply a receiver of grace, you are a distributor of it. The rescue you live today could be the message that saves another tomorrow. There is a sacred circle at work here. Heaven pours into you, and you pour into others. It's how the divine economy functions, like rain returning to clouds, giving life in endless cycles. And this is the beauty of God's design. He never asks you to give what you don't have. He only asks you to release what you've already been given. Maybe it's encouragement. Maybe it's prayer. Maybe it's time, or resources, or even your story. Whatever it is, don't let it stay buried. The treasure within you multiplies only when it's released. When you hold on too tightly, it stagnates. When you open your hands, heaven fills them again and again. That's why it matters when you share these messages. When you like, you're not just clicking, you're saying, "Yes, I agree with the light." When you share, you're extending the flame, ensuring that someone stumbling through midnight might see it and find hope. When you subscribe, you're not following a channel, you're joining a flow, becoming part of an unfolding stream of revelation that heaven keeps alive through unity. And if your heart stirs to donate, don't see it as giving away, but as giving forward. Every act of generosity becomes a seed planted in divine soil. Just as a single drop of water can cause ripples across an entire lake, your giving creates waves of rescue beyond what you can measure. Heaven sees the heart behind every offering. No matter how small, you might think, "What difference can my small action make?" Yet the kingdom of God is built on small things: the whisper of faith, the touch of compassion, the hidden sacrifice. One act of giving can reach further than 1,000 words. It's how God multiplies miracles. The bread in your hand may seem little, but once it's surrendered, it feeds multitudes. You see, generosity is not about wealth, it's about willingness. It's the language of trust. When you give, you're saying, "God, I believe you'll refill what I release," and heaven always does. You can't outgive the one who gave you breath. Even now, as you reflect, heaven reminds you that giving is worship in motion. It's not a transaction, it's transformation. It's the way love keeps its heartbeat strong. When you give, you're echoing the nature of your Creator, the one who gave everything, even himself. Scripture says in the Gospel of Luke, chapter 6, verse 38, "Give, and it will be given to you, a good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running over, will be poured out." This isn't a demand, it's a promise. Heaven's generosity always exceeds your capacity. Every seed you release comes back, multiplied in ways you can't predict: peace, opportunity, restoration, and divine favor. Imagine the ripple. The message that healed your heart travels to another lost soul. The light that lifted your spirit becomes someone else's lifeline. The rescue that found you begins to multiply through countless hearts. That's how heaven works, through willing vessels who give quietly, consistently, joyfully. So when you share this message, see it as lighting another candle. When you support it, imagine you're adding oil to the lamp so the flame never fades. When you invite others to join, you're opening another window for heaven's light to enter this world. You are helping build an altar of hope in the digital wilderness, and all of it matters. Every single action. Heaven counts them, cherishes them, multiplies them, because behind every click, every seed, every offering, there's a soul saying, I want this light to reach further than me. Out, chosen one. You are part of something eternal now. You're not just consuming words, you're co-laboring with heaven. The rescue you've received was never meant to stop here. Keep it moving, keep it shining, keep the current alive. Heaven will refill your well every time you pour out. That's the rhythm of grace. The more you give, the more you overflow. The horizon stretches before you. Chosen one. And for the first time in a long time, you can see without fear. The dawn that heaven promised has fully arrived. The light doesn't startle you anymore. It steadies you. You have become familiar with the glow of divine presence, and your heart beats calmly in its warmth. What once felt impossible now feels inevitable, because you have seen too much of God's faithfulness to doubt His future. The rescue has matured into rhythm. You no longer live moment to moment, waiting for deliverance. You walk daily in the awareness of it. Heaven is no longer a place you hope to reach. It's a reality you carry inside. Every breath you take is a prayer. Every step, an act of worship. You are learning to live from heaven, not just for it, but as peace deepens. Sudu's awareness. You begin to see that the journey of the rescued is not free from weight. It's filled with responsibility. The greater the revelation, the greater the stewardship. Heaven's gifts are not trophies, they are tools. What you carry now is meant to serve, not to shine. The world doesn't need perfection. It needs presence. It needs the kind of quiet strength you've discovered in the depths of your surrender. Sometimes you still look back and marvel at the path you've survived. The seasons of confusion, the wilderness of delay, the nights of unanswered prayer. They've become sacred landmarks. They no longer haunt you, they teach you. You've learned that what felt like absence was really protection. God was never withholding. He was preparing. There's a holiness in hindsight. You begin to see the fingerprints of heaven on everything, the friendships that arrived at the right time, the disappointments that redirected your steps, the losses that birthed compassion. Heaven wastes nothing. What once felt like fragments now forms a pattern, a divine mosaic. The Spirit is whispering. Look again. Look again at what you thought was failure. Look again at what you thought was over. Look again at what you left behind. The rescue is revealing hidden treasures within old wounds. You are finding wisdom in places you once ran from. What once hurt now heals others through you. This is how God works. He redeems by recycling. He takes ashes and makes art, turns tombs into testimonies, ruins into revelation. You are not merely healed, you are transformed. The difference is subtle but profound. Healing restores what was lost, but transformation creates what never existed before. The way you see the world has changed. You no longer judge success by what's visible. You've seen how temporary everything can be: fame, approval, comfort, control. You've learned to value things that last: peace, purpose and presence. That's what heaven was shaping in you all along. There's a quiet confidence now, the kind that doesn't need to prove itself. You stopped performing for attention. The applause of heaven has silenced the hunger for validation. You've learned the sacred art of contentment, being at peace in process, not just in victory. And as your soul rests in this awareness, a verse rises like a breeze through your spirit, steady and scient, alive with meaning, as Jesus himself declared in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 14. You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden. This isn't a compliment, it's a commissioning. Heaven has placed you high, not for pride, but for purpose. Light isn't meant to hide in comfort, it's meant to confront darkness. The rescue didn't elevate you for applause, it positioned you for assignment. You are light. You are meant to be seen not for your glory, but for His. Every act of grace you extend, every word of hope you speak, every silent kindness you offer becomes illumination in someone else's night. You don't have to preach to shine. You just have to live honestly, love fiercely, and walk faithfully. Even when you don't feel radiant, heaven sees your glow. The smallest spark can break the largest shadow. You've seen it before, how one gentle word can calm an entire storm, how one act of mercy can stop a cycle of pain. The light within you is more powerful than the darkness around you. You will soon begin to notice that people are drawn to your peace. They'll come not because of what you have, but because of who you've become. They'll sense something different, something unshakable. They'll ask, how do you stay calm when everything falls apart? And your answer won't be a sermon, it'll be your story. The rescued carry an invisible fragrance. It's the scent of trust, the aura of grace. You can't manufacture it. It's birthed through endurance. When you walk into a room, atmospheres shift. That's not pride, that's presence. The God who rescued you walks in with you. This stage of your journey is about maintenance, not miracles. Heaven is teaching you how to sustain peace, how to protect your light. Not every battle is yours to fight. Not every invitation deserves your attention. Discernment is now your weapon. Silence, your shield. Peace, your proof of power. And though the countdown continues in the background of your days, it no longer alarms you. It comforts you. It reminds you that time is sacred, that obedience is precious, that eternity is closer than you think. Every second is an opportunity to shine, to serve, to love deeper. Chosen one, you are no longer the one who begs heaven for rescue. You are now heaven's answer to someone else's prayer. You are a vessel of divine light, moving through ordinary spaces, leaving traces of the miraculous in your wake. So keep walking softly but boldly. Let your presence speak peace. Let your silence carry meaning. Let your life, without words, preach the gospel of survival and surrender. You are the light on the hill now, the signal to others that dawn is real, that rescue is possible, that grace is enough. The light around you has grown stronger. Chosen one, you've stepped from the quiet of survival into the movement of purpose. The air feels charged alive with possibility, with instruction, with destiny. Heaven is not whispering now. It is declaring. You can feel the pulse of divine timing in your chest, the rhythm of eternity moving through your ordinary hours. This is the moment when obedience becomes movement, and movement becomes manifestation. You've been trained in silence, refined in stillness, prepared in shadows, and now the Spirit says, step into the open. Not everyone will understand this shift, but that's all right. What heaven is doing in you is not for their comprehension, it's for their transformation. For months, maybe years, you've felt something stirring under the surface, a dream too wild to name, a calling too heavy to explain. You've dismissed it at times, afraid it was your imagination. But heaven never plants what it won't water. That longing in your spirit is not fantasy, it's prophecy. You are standing at the threshold of fulfillment, and heaven is about to open what once seemed locked forever. You've grown through the discipline of delay. You've learned to wait without losing worship, to walk without seeing the full map. That patience has positioned you. Heaven never wastes endurance. Every hidden season was necessary to strengthen the foundation beneath your promise, because when light comes suddenly, only the grounded can carry it without burning out. Now, you're being asked to move differently, to act like the one you've been becoming. You no longer need external confirmation. Your spirit recognizes heaven's voice. You've graduated from merely surviving divine tests to cooperating with divine timing. This is maturity, the ability to obey without explanation. There's a sound in the spirit, a trumpet call that only the awakened can hear. Heaven is saying, arise, rebuild, restore. What the enemy scattered, you will gather. What life tore apart, you will rebuild. What time tried to erase, you will restore by grace. The rescue has evolved into assignment, and as you breathe, an ancient promise unfolds again through time, alive with relevance for this very moment. The Word of God declares in the book of Joel, chapter 2, verse 25, I will restore to you the years that the locust has eaten. Restoration. That's the theme of this season. Heaven doesn't just return what was lost, it redeems it, multiplies it, beautifies it. You are about to see recovery in dimensions you thought were gone forever. Relationships healed, vision revived, opportunities resurrected, time redeemed. The God who rescues also restores. Restoration begins inside you before it ever appears around you. Heaven always works from the invisible to the visible. Your peace is being rebuilt first, then your purpose, then your platform. That's how true transformation works from heart to horizon. And yet, even in this excitement, there's a gentle caution. Heaven reminds you that restoration is not meant for hoarding, it's meant for healing. What God restores to you is not only for you, it's so you can become a conduit of restoration for others. The blessing that fills you should flow through you. The abundance that reaches your hand must reach beyond your hand. There is someone out there unknown to you praying for the very breakthrough you've just stepped into. The same God who sent this word to you will soon send you as a word to them. The rescue continues. But now, through your obedience, heaven moves on agreement. And this is your moment to agree to respond with faith so that restoration can fully activate in your life. Every prophetic movement in Scripture began with response. When people responded, heaven released. When they agreed, promises accelerated. So, right now, chosen one, take a prophetic step of faith, not because God needs a number, but because your action marks your alignment. Comment 5,550 v'chamesh below. Why 5,555? Because 5 is the number of grace. And multiplied grace means multiplied restoration. When you write it, you're declaring, I receive the fullness of what was lost. I align with divine restoration. I will see grace multiplied in every area of my life. This act is not symbolic, it's spiritual. Heaven reads actions the way earth reads words. When you respond, angels record it. When you declare agreement, destiny accelerates. You're not typing digits, you're opening doors. The moment you do, something begins to shift, not outside first, but within. You'll sense peace rushing in, anxiety lifting, hope returning. That's heaven confirming the transaction. The divine exchange begins, ashes for beauty, mourning for joy, despair for praise. The sound of restoration starts quietly, but grows unstoppable, like morning light spreading across mountains. Soon, you will begin to see evidence in places long barren. People who left will return with peace. Opportunities you thought expired will reappear, renewed. Even dreams you buried out of disappointment will begin to stir again. That's the sound of grace multiplying, filling every empty corner. Chosen one. The God who rescued you is not just saving you from the past, He's restoring what the past tried to steal. The years that looked wasted are coming back as wisdom. The tears that watered pain are blooming into purpose. The silence that once broke you is now birthing songs of victory. Let 5,555 be your decree, your digital amen, your prophetic fingerprint. Heaven recognizes the sound of agreement. And when your heart and your words align, nothing can delay what's been ordained. You are walking into recovery, not partial, but complete. The same hands that rescued you will rebuild everything around you. You'll live to see restoration not as a dream, but as daily reality, grace upon grace, glory upon glory. The countdown continues. But now it counts miracles. There's a deeper quiet now. Chosen one. It's not the silence of waiting, but the calm after the storm has abated. The waves that once threatened to drown you are still reflecting the sunlight of your restoration. This peace feels different. It's not fragile, it's fortified. It came at a cost, paid for by tears, endurance, and faith that refused to die. You've learned by now that the rhythm of rescue moves in cycles: revelation, resistance, renewal. Each phase refines you further, shaping you into someone who no longer fears what others fear. Heaven's peace is not the absence of battle, it's the presence of assurance. You've faced the darkness and discovered that even there, light follows you. The divine countdown continues not to remind you of limitation, but to keep you anchored in awareness. Each moment is sacred. You've begun to treat time differently now, not as something to waste, but as something to worship with. Every second becomes an altar where you can meet God. Even in the smallest acts, a breath, a thought, a kindness. Heaven has shifted you from survival to stewardship. Rescue was about saving you. Stewardship is about shaping you. Now that you've tasted restoration, you're learning how to sustain it. Not through striving, but through stillness. You don't need to chase what already belongs to you. Peace doesn't run, it roots. You've noticed that heaven has been reorganizing your surroundings quietly. People, places, and passions are being rearranged. The alignments of your life are changing to match the assignment on your life. The Spirit is not removing for punishment, it's rearranging for purpose. You can sense that something new is coming again, though this time it's not preceded by panic, it's preceded by peace. In earlier seasons, new beginnings made you anxious. You worried about how to manage change, about whether you were enough. But now, you've grown into trust. You've learned that heaven's timing is not random, it's rhythmic. Like tides returning to the shore, God's plans flow naturally, consistently, beautifully. You no longer force things to happen. You wait. You watch. And when the wind shifts, you move. This is spiritual maturity, the ability to sense direction without demanding details. It's what happens when faith stops being theory and becomes instinct. You no longer question whether God will come through. You simply wonder when and how, knowing that He always will. There's something powerful about quiet faith, the kind that doesn't need noise to prove itself. You carry that now, a peace that preaches without sound. You've become a living testimony to what it means to trust deeply. Heaven calls this stage rested authority. You walk lightly, but every step carries weight. And through the peace, a holy reminder surfaces. Again, an echo from ancient pages, alive in this very moment. We are reminded through the writings of David in the Psalms, chapter 37, verse 7. Be still before the Lord and wait patiently for Him. Do not fret when people succeed in their ways. Those words are oil to your soul. You no longer measure your worth by movement or by comparison. You've stopped looking sideways to see how far others have gone. You know now that stillness is not stagnation, it's strength. While others rush, you rest. While they chase, you choose peace. You've learned to sit quietly even when heaven feels silent. You've discovered that the same God who thunders also whispers. And when you train your spirit to hear the whisper, the thunder no longer frightens you. You have become fluent in divine patience. This patience is not weakness, it's wisdom. It protects you from rushing into places where grace has not gone yet. You've learned that timing is everything. A blessing received too early can feel like a burden. That's why heaven slows some things down, not to deny you, but to deepen you. There were seasons when you begged God to hurry. Now you thank Him that He didn't. You can see clearly how delay kept you from disaster. You understand that what felt like waiting was actually weaving God, threading grace into the fabric of your destiny. You've become grateful for the things that didn't work out. Gratitude has replaced grumbling. Peace has replaced panic. Worship has replaced worry. And now, you live differently. Your prayers have changed. You no longer ask for easy paths. You ask for enduring strength. You no longer pray for open doors. You pray for prepared hearts. The world may not understand this kind of quiet strength. It prefers speed, spectacle, results. But you are learning that heaven measures fruit differently. Heaven values root depth, devotion, and discernment. What you are building now may be invisible, but it's eternal. Your roots have reached water, underground, unseen, unshakable. You can stand through anything because you're no longer nourished by circumstance, but by covenant. You've stopped living off emotional highs and started drawing from divine consistency. That's what true freedom feels like. Steady, secure, sufficient. The rescue has become rhythm, and rhythm has become rest. You are no longer trying to get somewhere, you're learning to be where God is. Wherever His presence rests, that's home. You don't need to run anymore. Heaven already found you. So you sit in the sunlight of grace, unhurried and whole. The world around you still spins, but your spirit remains still. You finally understand what the prophets meant when they spoke of peace beyond understanding. It's not a concept, it's a condition. It's a state of knowing that no matter what changes, God remains. Chosen one. This is where you are meant to be, not chasing, not hiding, not proving, just existing as evidence that divine rescue works. The same hands that lifted you still hold you. The same voice that called you out of chaos still sings over you. Breathe in that truth. You are kept. You are covered. You are complete. You no longer fear falling, because you've learned that grace is a net that never tears. You no longer dread silence, because you've realized that heaven still speaks, even when it whispers through peace. The countdown continues, but its sound has changed. It no longer warns, it worships. Each tick is a heartbeat of heaven, reminding you that eternity is not waiting ahead, it's already happening inside you. The road has straightened beneath your feet. Chosen one. The twists and turns that once disoriented you now stretch into a clear horizon. The fog has lifted. The silence that once felt like abandonment now feels like companionship. You've discovered what few ever do, that the presence of God is most tangible, not in noise, but in knowing. You've crossed through panic into peace. From seeking reassurance to standing in revelation. There's a beauty to this stage of your journey that cannot be explained, only experienced. You've stopped needing everything to make sense. You've stopped demanding closure for every story. You've learned to leave open spaces for grace to fill what you don't understand. You've learned to trust. That's what maturity looks like, letting mystery coexist with faith. The divine countdown still hums faintly in the background, not as pressure, but as rhythm. It reminds you that each breath still matters. Each day still carries divine assignment. You're not simply existing, you're embodying heaven's patience, God's grace, and divine timing. The rescued are never idle, they're observant. And you have learned to observe without anxiety. You've begun to see the sacred, even in the simple. The laughter of a child, the warmth of sunlight on your face, the way the wind carries whispers through trees. You realize heaven speaks in moments like these, small, ordinary revelations that remind you of the extraordinary Creator who designed them. You are learning the art of awareness, the ability to perceive God in the mundane. This is the true reward of restoration. The more you pay attention, the more you notice that heaven has been around you all along. Even the delays, even the disappointments, even the detours, they all carried fingerprints of mercy. The rescue has transformed your vision. You no longer see the world through the lens of loss, but through the clarity of purpose. You no longer ask, "Why did this happen to me?" Instead, you ask, "What is heaven shaping through me?" That single shift changes everything. When you begin to interpret your life through redemption, every wound becomes a window. And as that revelation deepens, a timeless word rises again, one that sounds like an echo from eternity, yet feels like it was written for you this very day. The voice of God thundered in the book of Exodus, chapter 33, verse 14, "My presence will go with you." and I will give you rest. Might, that is the essence of your journey. Rest is no longer the reward, it's the route. You don't have to strive for purpose anymore. You walk in it naturally because His presence goes with you. You don't chase blessings, they follow the rhythm of His companionship. The rescue taught you that the greatest miracle is not deliverance from difficulty, but discovery within it. God never left. That realization changes how you move. You begin to measure success differently. It's no longer about what you achieve, but about how closely you walk with Him. You don't pray for lighter loads. You pray for stronger shoulders. You don't ask for shortcuts. You ask for sight. You've grown beyond surface faith into spiritual stability, and with that growth comes a subtle but powerful grace. You've become content with the process. You understand that some prayers are answered slowly because they're growing roots first. Heaven doesn't rush harvests, it protects them. You no longer panic when answers take time. You've learned that waiting is not wasting, it's womb time. Something holy is always forming behind the silence. You carry that peace into your relationships now. You no longer need to prove your worth to people who can't perceive your value. You no longer chase validation from those blind to your light. Heaven taught you the difference between connection and covenant. You've stopped forcing alignment. The ones meant for your journey will recognize your spirit, not just your strength. You've also learned that forgiveness is freedom. The bitterness that once tied you to the past has been cut away. You finally understand that forgiving others was never about excusing them, it was about releasing you. Grace isn't approval, it's release. And now that your heart is unchained, heaven can fill it with purpose that flows unhindered. In quiet moments, you realize how much you've changed. You no longer crave the noise that once distracted you. You find comfort in solitude because it reminds you that peace is not absence, it's presence. You sit in stillness now and feel heaven breathing with you. It's not loneliness anymore, it's communion. From this place of calm, heaven begins to whisper secrets about what's next, not instructions, but impressions. You don't receive blueprints anymore, you receive burdens, holy assignments placed gently in your spirit. The same spirit that rescued you is now ready to work through you. But this time, you will not move from fear or desperation. You will move from rest. This is the paradox of divine strength. It flows from surrender. The world teaches striving, but heaven teaches stillness. You've mastered that now. You can carry storms in your hands without trembling, because you've learned that peace is stronger than pressure. You can walk through chaos with calm eyes because you know who walks beside you. Chosen one. This is what heaven wanted all along, not just your deliverance, but your transformation, not just your freedom, but your friendship. The rescue was never only about escape, it was about encounter. You were never just saved from something, you were saved for someone. So walk with confidence, not because the path is easy, but because it is accompanied. The countdown continues, but its meaning has changed. It no longer warns of time running out. It celebrates time being redeemed. Every second now is sacred, a pulse of purpose wrapped in peace. The journey reaches a sacred midpoint. Chosen one. You can feel it, the balance between what has been and what is yet to come. The air hums with quiet expectation, like dawn holding its breath before sunrise. You've walked through valleys, crossed rivers of resistance, and climbed mountains of revelation. And now, heaven pauses, not to slow you down, but to show you the view. From this height, You can see both where you were rescued and where you are being sent. The contrast is breathtaking. The pit that once imprisoned you now looks small from here. The fears that once silenced you are mere whispers compared to the roar of purpose rising in your spirit. You've been refined by fire, but not reduced by it. Every flame that touched you only revealed what couldn't be burned away. This is what heaven calls the golden hour, the time when restoration turns into radiance. You are no longer just a survivor. You are becoming a source. Light isn't something that happens to you anymore. It happens through you. You're no longer waiting for signs. You are the sign. The transformation in you is proof that God's promises still stand, unbroken and unbent. Now, heaven extends an invitation to give, to share, to multiply what you've been given. You have received light now, let it travel. Because every testimony becomes a torch. When shared, someone out there is still wandering in the night, waiting for a signal that dawn is real. And your story could be that signal. When you like this message, you're not engaging an algorithm, you're acknowledging heaven's work in your life. That small action says, "This word touched me. I honor what it awakened." When you share, you open a window in someone else's darkness. Think of it as lighting another candle in a long hallway, your flame guiding theirs. And when you subscribe, it's more than connection, it's covenant. You're saying, "I will keep walking in the light, and I will stay near the source that speaks life into me." Heaven honors consistency more than emotion. Staying connected is how the rescued remain radiant. Then there's giving, not out of guilt, but out of gratitude. When you choose to donate, you're adding oil to the lamp that continues to shine for countless others. Imagine a lighthouse on a cliff, its beam cutting through fog to guide ships safely to shore. That light doesn't burn without fuel. Every act of generosity you release becomes oil in that flame. Every seed sown is a soul reached. Don't think of giving as loss. It's investment. What you release into the kingdom multiplies like waves returning to shore. Heaven keeps accounts differently. What you pour out never leaves you empty. It expands the space for more. You can't outgive the one who rescued you. Every time you give, you echo his nature. This isn't pressure, it's participation. You are being invited into the divine rhythm. Receive, release, repeat. The more freely you pour, the more deeply you are filled. That's how heaven's economy works. Rivers don't run dry when they flow. You might think your offering is too small to matter. But remember, the widow's 2 coins moved the heart of Jesus more than any grand gesture. Heaven doesn't count the amount. It weighs the intent. God sees the heart behind the hand. And so, as you reflect, consider the power of each action. A like becomes an amen. A share becomes a bridge. A subscription becomes a seed of consistency. A donation becomes a breath of light. Each one ripples beyond what your eyes can see. Heaven multiplies obedience in mysterious ways. What you do in faith here may reach a stranger. You'll never meet someone who's one heartbeat away from giving up. And maybe, just maybe, your act of faith will be their rescue call. Even as heaven invites you to give, it also speaks softly into your spirit about endurance. The work you've started is not finished yet. There are still hearts to heal, stories to touch, and souls to awaken. You've been equipped not to impress, but to impact. The rescue continues, and this time, you are carrying it forward. The Apostle reminds us in his letter to the Corinthians, chapter 9, verse 7. Each of you should give what you have decided in your heart, for God loves a cheerful giver. This verse is not just instruction, it's invitation. Heaven doesn't demand generosity, it delights in it. Every act born of joy becomes an echo in eternity. When you give from gratitude, heaven responds with abundance, not just material, but emotional and spiritual. Peace multiplies. Provision follows. You've seen it before, how small acts create great change. The smallest stone can start an avalanche of hope. The faintest spark can start a wildfire of light. Your obedience can reach further than you ever could alone. Chosen one. This message is more than words, it's movement. You are part of something bigger now. Something that transcends platforms and screens. You are helping heaven's rescue flow across the earth. Each action you take, each seed you sow, each flame you pass forward, all of it adds up to eternity written in motion. So keep your light burning. Keep your heart open. Keep your hands generous. Every like, every share, every donation, every prayer, it all matters. You are building a legacy of rescue, one small act of faith at a time. Heaven smiles as you move. The countdown continues, not as warning, but as worship. Every moment you choose generosity over fear, you sound another note in heaven's symphony of grace. The days that follow feel lighter. Chosen one. The horizon no longer looks distant, it feels near. Like the edge of eternity, brushing against the fabric of time. You've entered the part of the journey where movement feels effortless. You're not pushing against resistance anymore, you're gliding with the rhythm of grace. The winds that once opposed you now seem to propel you forward. Heaven's current is carrying you. This is the fruit of alignment. When your heart beats in sync with divine timing, even ordinary steps feel sacred. The noise that once distracted you has quieted. You see clearer now. Not because the world is simpler, but because your spirit has grown steady enough to see through chaos. You can sense what others miss, the subtle hand of God, moving behind coincidences, turning small moments into signs. You've reached a depth where stillness speaks louder than sound. There's no need to announce your growth. Heaven already knows. The strength within you no longer needs validation. It simply exists. Calm and unshakable. You have become the quiet that others seek when their worlds collapse. That's what transformation produces. Not pride, but presence. There's a kind of wisdom that only comes through endurance. And you wear it now, like invisible armor. You've walked through too many storms to fear the next one. You know that winds may rise, but you won't be moved. You understand now that peace is not fragile, it's forged. It was made in the fire of waiting and the flood of surrender. This peace gives you perspective. You no longer panic when people leave or when doors close. You've seen enough of God's redirection to know that loss is often the language of guidance. Heaven doesn't always shout its instructions. It rearranges your life until obedience becomes your only option. You've also discovered that strength doesn't always roar. Sometimes it sighs. Sometimes it rests. Sometimes it simply smiles and keeps walking. Strength is not proven in power, it's proven in peace. You've learned that gentleness is not weakness, but controlled strength. The rescued do not fight for victory, they walk from it. Heaven has begun to show you that even rest can be warfare. The enemy expects you to react, but your stillness confuses him. Every time you refuse to be moved by fear, You reclaim ground in the unseen. You've learned that your silence can be a shield, and your composure can be a command. As the prophet wrote in the scroll of Habakkuk, chapter 3, verse 19, "The sovereign Lord is my strength. He makes my feet like the deer's, and enables me to tread on heights." These words are not distant. They are happening in you now. You've been climbing without realizing how high you've gone. Every season that humbled you became a step upward. Every pain that broke you became a platform for greater sight. You are standing in altitude now, not for pride, but for purpose. You see farther because you've stood faithfully through the climb. From this higher view, the storms below look smaller. You can finally trace the patterns that once felt chaotic. The moments that used to feel cruel now reveal themselves as kind. The delays that once broke your heart are now understood as protection. Heaven's wisdom rarely explains itself in real time, but when it reveals itself, it humbles and heals at once. You've begun to understand that every stage of rescue carries a rhythm of surrender. God never stops inviting you deeper, but He does so gently. You're not being commanded anymore, you're being called. The tone of heaven toward you has changed because your trust has matured. You've proven faithful in confusion, steadfast in delay, and peaceful under pressure. That's why this season feels quiet, not because God is distant, but because He trusts you. Silence has become the sign of spiritual promotion. Heaven doesn't need to repeat itself to those who have learned to remember. You carry revelation now, not reminders. The peace you walk in isn't for you alone, it's contagious. Without speaking, you've begun to shift rooms simply by entering them. The rescued become radiators of hope. You bring calm into chaos, clarity into confusion, and comfort into pain. You are becoming heaven's atmosphere in human form. Sometimes you'll notice that others begin to open up around you. They'll share their fears, their doubts, their exhaustion, and you'll find words rising from within you that you didn't even plan. That's the Holy Spirit speaking through you, turning your scars into scripture for someone else's survival. The rescue flows outward without effort. This is how heaven works through ripple effects. The wave that started with your deliverance now travels through every life you touch. You are part of a divine chain of rescue, stretching through generations. What began in pain has become purpose. What was once broken has become a bridge. You might not see the full impact now, but heaven does. The unseen record of your obedience is still being written. Every small act of faith becomes a sentence in a story that outlives you. You are not just walking through destiny, you are helping to write it. From here, the countdown feels different. It doesn't speak of endings, it sings of expansion. Each moment ahead will call for more trust, more love, more surrender. But you're ready. You've been trained in both battle and balance. You've learned to hold a sword and a song at the same time. You can fight without losing peace and rest without losing power. Chosen one. This is the essence of divine rescue. It doesn't end in escape. It ends in embodiment. You have become what you once needed. You are no longer the one crying for help. You are the answer to cries around you. And you don't need to strive to be that. You simply need to be. Keep walking in that grace. Steady and sure. Heaven has not finished your story. It's just changed the pace. You no longer run out of fear. You move with flow. The same God who strengthened your steps is guiding them still. The world around you feels slower now, chosen one, as though time itself has learned to move at your pace. You are no longer racing against the clock or running from the past. You've become synchronized with heaven's rhythm, the steady cadence of peace and purpose. Everything that once felt rushed now feels right on time. You've stopped counting minutes and started measuring moments. This is what divine alignment feels like, restful motion. It's strange to think how far you've come. Not long ago, even stillness felt unbearable. You feared silence, as if quiet meant absence. But now, silence has become sanctuary. You've discovered that God does his best work in the unseen, speaking softly in the spaces between your breaths. You no longer need constant confirmation to stay calm. You trust the whisper more than the whirlwind. There's a strength that comes from surviving storms without losing your song. You carry that strength now. It doesn't boast or announce itself. It simply is. You've become a living monument to grace, a reminder that peace is possible even in a restless world. The very presence that rescued you continues to flow through you, unseen but unmistakable. You've noticed that life itself seems to honor your surrender. Circumstances no longer control your composure. You respond differently now, slower to speak, quicker to discern. Heaven has taught you the power of pause. There's revelation hidden in every delay. The things you once saw as interruptions are now invitations to breathe, to listen, to trust again. You are learning that not every open door is divine, and not every closed one is rejection. Heaven's will is more intricate than simplicity allows. It's a dance between patience and progress, between faith and wisdom, and somehow, through all the uncertainty, your steps keep landing exactly where they should. That's not luck, it's guidance. The spirit inside you knows the way home. Even when your mind does not, you can feel heaven's fingerprints on your story, subtle, yet undeniable. The people who left were necessary subtractions. The ones who stayed are divine partnerships. The seasons that stripped you were sacred pruning. You no longer resent what was removed. You revere it. Everything has meaning now. And in this clarity, a timeless word rises from the ancient text, wrapping your heart in comfort and courage once more, according to what is revealed in the book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 28. And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. And you've read or heard that verse before, but now you know it. It's not theory, it's testimony. You've lived it. You've watched chaos become clarity, pain become purpose, and loss become love. You've seen how God threads even the sharpest edges into a tapestry too divine to unravel. What once wounded you now whispers wisdom. You understand now that all things really means all things. The heartbreaks, the betrayals, the delays, the silent years, all of it was building something beautiful in you. You weren't being punished, you were being positioned. What was meant to bury you became soil for your blooming. Heaven's process rarely makes sense in real time. It weaves backward, painting meaning across memories you once wished to erase. But now, looking back, you can trace his hand through it all. The disappointments that once broke your spirit have become proof that divine protection often disguises itself as denial. You've learned to stop demanding answers. You prefer revelation to explanation now. Revelation doesn't just inform, it transforms. It changes how you see everything. When you live by revelation, You realize that even pain carries prophecy. Every moment that hurt you once is now speaking hope into someone else through you. This is the paradox of grace. It uses your weakness as its stage. Heaven doesn't wait for your perfection. It performs miracles through your scars. The more you surrender your imperfections, the more power flows through you. The places where you once felt most unworthy have become the very wells from which your anointing pours. You have begun to walk differently. Your steps are softer, but your presence is heavier. People feel something when you enter the room, a quiet authority that doesn't need words. You've become the embodiment of calm. It's not arrogance, it's awareness. You carry peace because you've paid for it in surrender. Every now and then, life will still test your foundation, but you don't shake like you used to. Fear comes knocking, and you greet it with faith. Anxiety whispers, and you answer with assurance. You've learned that courage isn't the absence of fear, it's faith refusing to bow. This steadiness allows heaven to trust you with more. Responsibility follows resilience. Now that your emotions no longer lead, a revelation can. You're being entrusted with assignments that require balance, not brilliance. God doesn't need perfection. He needs stability. The rescued are reliable because they know what it costs to fall apart. As you continue walking, notice how everything feels slower but fuller. Time bends differently when peace leads. You no longer chase days, they unfold for you. You are living in partnership with heaven's pace. That's where miracles multiply quietly, like seeds sprouting underground. There's no need to rush. The next chapter will arrive on schedule. Already written. Already blessed. Heaven isn't improvising, it's implementing. Your part is simple now. Stay sensitive. Stay steady. Stay surrendered. This is maturity in its purest form, not loud faith, but lasting faith. Not fiery passion. But consistent peace. The kind of peace that turns trials into teachers and waiting rooms into worship halls. You have reached the point where you no longer panic about promises. You rest inside them. Look around. The world hasn't changed much, but you have, and that changes everything. You see hope where others see endings. You feel purpose where others feel pain. You understand that divine timing is not delay, it's design. The countdown still ticks softly, but it no longer signals urgency. It's a heartbeat, a rhythm reminding you that every moment, even this one, is held within the hands of God. The air feels different again. Chosen one. You can sense the nearness of another shift, a divine turning of the page. Heaven's voice, once whispering in secret, now begins to thunder gently within your spirit. There is more. It's not the tone of correction, but of commissioning. You've been faithful in the quiet, steadfast in the hidden, and now heaven prepares to move you into the visible. But before that movement, there must be alignment. Heaven cannot pour new oil into old containers. The places in your heart that once clung to control are being loosened. The Spirit is peeling away the final layers of fear, the last remnants of hesitation. What's coming requires boldness, a trust that transcends evidence. You may not feel ready, but readiness has never been about comfort. It's about consent. God doesn't wait for perfect conditions. He moves through willing vessels. You are that vessel now hollowed of pride, emptied of pretense, filled with peace. You are light in its purest form, available. The rescue has become refinement. and refinement has birthed revelation. You see now that heaven's timing is a choreography, not a coincidence. Every delay was divine calibration. Every closed door was redirection, not rejection. The path that felt crooked has led you straight to purpose. Even now, heaven is arranging circumstances, aligning hearts, and opening gates that were once sealed. The next stage of your assignment is already unfolding, and you'll recognize it by peace, not pressure. What used to make you panic now makes you pray. What once made you hide now makes you hope. You can feel your spirit expanding, stretching to fit the weight of new glory. It's subtle but undeniable, like the quiet before breakthrough. Something inside you hums with expectancy. The countdown continues, not as a warning, but as a rhythm of readiness. Heaven is not rushing you, it's readying you. And right here, in this sacred pause between knowing and seeing, the word of the Lord rises through the pages of eternity, once more firm, clear, unshakable, as was written in the book of Joshua, chapter 1, verse 9. Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged. For the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. And those words are not just comfort, they are command. Strength is not optional in the chosen. Courage is not personality, it's position. Heaven doesn't choose the fearless, it fills the faithful with courage. You are being asked to step forward, not because it's easy, but because it's eternal. There will be moments when fear tries to return, when old voices whisper, "What if you fail?" But heaven's voice will drown them out with, "What if you fly?" You are not walking into the unknown alone. The same God who sustained you through wilderness will now walk beside you into wonder. Chosen one. This is your time to rise again, not from failure, but from fulfillment. The version of you that once doubted has dissolved. The one who stands now is different, seasoned by storms, tempered by truth. You are no longer surviving the process. You are the process. Heaven has been writing through you, shaping your life into a message that speaks louder than your words ever could. You are about to see tangible evidence of what faith has built in secret. Opportunities will appear that seem too aligned to be random. Encounters will happen that feel orchestrated. You will find yourself at divine intersections where obedience meets destiny. And in those moments, your only task will be to say, yes. This yes is more than agreement, it's activation. Heaven moves on the language of surrender. Every time you say yes, you permit heaven to unfold another chapter. Every yes breaks another layer of limitation. So, right now, as your spirit stands at the doorway of divine expansion, heaven invites you to seal your alignment, not with fear, but with faith. Comment. 4,444 below. Why 4,444? Because 4 is the number of divine order and creation. It represents foundation, structure, and manifestation. When you declare 4,444, you are aligning with heaven's design for your life, establishing divine order over every area that once felt chaotic. You're saying, God, I align with your plan. Bring order to my steps, clarity to my path, and purpose to my movement. No, don't underestimate the power of small acts done with spiritual intent. This isn't superstition, it's symbolism. Heaven responds to faith expressed. When you type 4,444, you're not typing numbers, you're sending a signal. You're telling both heaven and earth, I am ready for divine structure. I'm stepping into order, purpose, and power. No, and heaven hears it. The angels assigned to your destiny respond. Chaos bows to command. What was scattered begins to align. What felt delayed begins to accelerate. Heaven always moves at the speed of your obedience. As you declare it, imagine your life like a house being rebuilt from the foundation up. Every part that once cracked under pressure is now being reinforced with glory. The structure of your spirit is being set in perfect order. Your thoughts, emotions, and intentions are syncing with heaven's heartbeat. This is divine architecture. You are becoming the temple. God always intended a vessel not just of survival, but of sovereignty. The rescue, the refinement, the revelation, they were all steps toward this moment. Heaven doesn't build randomly, it builds rhythmically. You are entering alignment with eternity's design. Every second, every word, every prayer, every act of obedience, it all matters. It's all part of the foundation. Chosen one. The countdown is not your enemy. It's your echo, a reminder that your time has meaning. Every moment you respond in faith. Time bows to eternity. The more you align, the more the invisible begins to move. 4,444 is your decree of divine order. As you write it, believe it. As you believe it, live it. The world is about to see what happens when heaven's order takes form in human flesh. You were never meant to simply exist. You were meant to establish. You carry the blueprints of heaven within you. The world grows quieter as you move forward. Chosen one, there's a sacred hush around your steps, as if creation itself is holding its breath, watching what heaven will do through you next. You no longer stumble through darkness, you glide through it, carrying light like a flame cupped in your palms. You've learned how to walk carefully, not in fear, but in reverence. Every step is prayer now. Every breath is worship. The further you walk, the more you realize the rescue was never just for you. It was for the world that would meet you after it. Every tear you shed, every silence you endured, every fire you passed through, it all became oil. That oil now burns in your presence. It's not a glow that boasts, it's one that heals. People feel safe in your peace because they can sense the one who walks with you. You've come to understand that heaven's true power doesn't always show itself in miracles. Sometimes it shows itself in maintenance, in the quiet ability to stay grounded when everything around you shakes. You are living proof that stability is supernatural. It's easy to praise in joy, but it's divine to stay calm in chaos. This new stability has given you sight. You no longer see life as random, you see it as rhythmic. Even pain has pattern now. You've stopped asking why and started asking what for. You've realized that every challenge carries an invitation to know God differently, to trust deeper, to expand further. The storms that once scared you have become your teachers. They taught you how to anchor. You've learned that peace is not found in avoiding waves, but in mastering balance. You've become like a sailor who no longer fears the sea because he knows who controls the wind. That's what faith looks like at this level movement, without anxiety. You've learned to listen differently too. Heaven doesn't always speak in thunder. Sometimes it speaks in the rhythm of your own heartbeat. God's presence has become your pulse, You sense his nearness not by external signs, but by internal stillness. You've grown so familiar with his frequency that even silence feels like speech. And in that stillness, an ancient reminder whispers again, firm, faithful, eternal. We find in the book of Philippians, chapter 4, verse 6-7, do not be anxious about anything, but in every situation, by prayer and petition, with thanksgiving, present your requests to God, and the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus. Those words no longer sound like comfort, they sound like command. Peace is not optional for the chosen, it's armor. You wear it now like a shield. You've stopped letting circumstances dictate your calm. Peace has become your posture, not your prize. This posture confuses the enemy. Darkness thrives on reaction. But you've learned to respond with rest. You've realized that stillness is not passivity, it's power under control. Heaven fights for those who refuse to panic. There was a time when you mistook movement for progress. You thought busyness meant growth. But heaven slowed you down to show you that still waters reflect best. Rest became revelation. Silence became strategy. You stopped running, and the world stopped running you. Now, your focus has sharpened. You can discern distractions easily. Not every opportunity feels attractive anymore, because you know not all open doors are divine. The Spirit within you checks your peace before your plans. That inner yes or no has become your compass, and you trust it more than logic. You've also learned that humility is protection. You don't need to prove your calling or advertise your growth. Heaven promotes quietly. The anointing you carry speaks louder than any introduction. The rescued don't brag, they bless. Your power lies not in your volume, but in your vibration. The quiet frequency of faith that shifts atmospheres without announcement. The people around you are starting to notice the difference. Some will draw closer, seeking the source of your serenity. Others will distance themselves, uncomfortable with your light because it exposes their shadows. Don't grieve their absence. Not everyone can breathe at your altitude. Love them still, but keep walking. Grace flows best when it's not forced. In your solitude, you've discovered something, sacred companionship with heaven. You are never truly alone. The same presence that guided you through wilderness now walks with you through wonder. You no longer see God as distant or demanding. You see him as dwelling. He is not somewhere out there. He is here in your breath, your being, your becoming. This realization changes how you pray. Your prayers have grown quieter, but deeper. You no longer pray to inform God. You pray to invite him. Your words are fewer, but your awareness is fuller. You've stopped begging and started believing. You've stopped striving and started surrendering. It's in this posture that heaven releases clarity. You start seeing pieces of the future, images, impressions, instructions. They come not through effort, but through intimacy. When you stay close, direction flows naturally. You no longer need to chase revelation. It finds you, and in these glimpses of what's ahead, you see something extraordinary. The purpose of your pain has been people. The faces of those who will be healed through your story begin to appear in your spirit. Heaven trusted you with hardship because it knew you'd turn it into healing. What once nearly broke you will now become a bridge for others. This understanding fills you with quiet gratitude. You stop resenting your scars and start revering them. Every mark on your soul is proof that God stayed. You are a walking testimony, not of perfection, but of perseverance. Heaven delights in endurance more than excellence, because endurance proves love. And so, you continue walking, not hurried, not hesitant, but holy. You know now that purpose is not a destination, it's a direction. You walk it daily. You live it gently. The countdown continues, not as a warning, but as a rhythm of grace, a heartbeat echoing heaven's faithfulness through you. Chosen one. This is what maturity feels like. Calm power, quiet purpose, and peace that no storm can touch. You are not finished. You are flourishing. The rescue has become revelation, and revelation has become rest. The light in your spirit glows warmer now. Chosen one, you've carried it through darkness, and it's grown stronger with every step. You have walked through fire, not to be consumed, but to become the flame. And now, as you stand in this moment of stillness, heaven whispers again, not to command, but to commission. Keep the fire burning. Every flame needs fuel. Every light needs care. Even divine fire, if left unattended, can fade beneath the distractions of daily life. And so, heaven reminds you that your light doesn't belong only to you, it's part of something larger, a network of flames that form the body of light on earth. The rescue that began with one heart must continue through many hands. You may not realize it, but when you share what rescued you, you become a rescuer yourself. When you pass the message forward, you extend heaven's reach. A word of hope spoken, a moment of compassion given, a story shared. All of it becomes oxygen for another soul's fire. That's why heaven nudges you gently now to keep the light moving, not as duty, but as devotion, not for recognition, but for restoration. You were chosen not just to receive grace, but to relay it. When you like this message, it's more than a click, it's agreement. It's a silent amen that tells heaven, I see you, I receive this. And when you share, you become a mirror reflecting light into unseen corners of the world. You never know who might be standing in the dark, scrolling through their midnight, looking for a sign that heaven still speaks. Your one act of sharing might be their lifeline. When you subscribe, you don't just join a channel, you join a movement. It's a declaration that you will continue to grow, continue to listen, continue to stand in the flow of revelation. Subscribing is more than connection, it's covenant. It's saying, I choose to stay aligned with the light that keeps me alive. And then there's the sacred act of giving. When you donate, you're not losing something, you're sowing something. Think of it like pouring oil into a lamp. Every drop you give becomes light that travels farther than you can imagine. Every seed you sow grows into shade for someone who's still searching for rest. Generosity isn't about wealth, it's about willingness. It's the language of gratitude. When you give, you're saying to heaven, what you've done for me, do for another. You're participating in the rescue. You're fueling the flame that found you once and will now find someone else through you. Your gift, no matter the size, becomes sacred fuel. It keeps the words flowing, the light burning, the message traveling. It turns a moment into momentum. It's how the kingdom advances, not through grand gestures, but through faithful hearts. Heaven takes notice of every act of partnership, each like, each share. Each offering becomes part of a divine network of light, and together, all those small sparks become a blaze that darkness cannot contain. You've seen it already, haven't you? How one message finds the right person at the right time. How a few words can stop someone from giving up. How one act of kindness can start a chain reaction of healing. That's how heaven moves quietly, intentionally, through those who choose to participate, as your heart opens to that truth. An ancient promise rises to remind you that what you give never disappears. It returns multiplied, sanctified, and glorified. Heaven speaks through the Gospel of Luke, chapter 6, verse 38. Give, and it will be given to you, a good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running over, will be poured into your lap. Those words are more than reassurance. They're rhythm. Heaven moves in the measure of your generosity. The more you pour out, the more heaven pours in, not as transaction, but as transformation. When you give with joy, you step into heaven's flow, an endless exchange of blessing that never runs dry. Imagine this for a moment. Your life as a lighthouse standing on the edge of the storm. The beam shining from your heart has guided many, though you may never see them. Every time you support the light, you're refueling the beacon. You ensure that it keeps shining through the fog for every lost ship searching for home. And when you share the light, it multiplies not by dividing, but by doubling. Just as a candle loses nothing by lighting another, you lose nothing by giving, by supporting, by spreading what has saved you. Light only grows when it's shared. You might never know the full impact of your obedience, but heaven records it. Every action of faith ripples through eternity. The comment that inspired someone, the message you forwarded in faith, the offering you gave when it wasn't convenient, all of it becomes history in heaven's ledger. Chosen one. You are part of that chain of mercy now. You are not a spectator, you are a flame bearer. The rescue flows through you, sustained by your compassion, strengthened by your generosity, multiplied by your voice. So keep tending your fire, feed it with gratitude, fuel it with generosity, protect it with peace. When you move in love, you add oxygen to heaven's plan. When you give, you keep grace in motion. When you share, you let light outrun darkness. Every act matters. Every gesture counts. Heaven builds through willing hearts, not perfect ones. Yours is one of them. The light that rescued you is depending on you to carry it further, to keep it burning, to let it grow beyond borders and screens and miles. You've come too far to hide your fire now. Let it burn. Let it bless. Let it build. Heaven is smiling on your willingness, because through it, countless others will find their way home. The atmosphere feels weightier now. Chosen one. The wind itself seems to carry whispers from eternity. Something in your spirit knows this is not an ordinary moment. You've crossed into sacred territory, where heaven begins to reveal why you were rescued, why you endured, why you were chosen in the first place. Every unanswered question you've carried begins to glow softly with purpose. You're standing in the intersection between fulfillment and future. You've lived through the night, and now you're learning how to walk in morning light. This is not the time to retreat. It's the time to respond. Heaven isn't testing you. It's trusting you. You have been trained for this very hour, not through comfort, but through conviction. The weight you feel isn't burden, it's glory resting on your shoulders. You once prayed, "Use me, Lord," and now He is, not in grand performances or public displays, but in subtle, sacred ways. Your life itself has become the sermon. Every act of patience preaches louder than words. Every moment of peace radiates faith more powerfully than speeches. You are heaven's message in motion. It's easy to underestimate yourself because the process didn't come wrapped in applause. You were refined in silence, not spotlight. But heaven never forges crowns in crowds, it crafts them in caves. You've worn the weight of waiting, and now you wear the strength of wisdom. Still, heaven calls you higher. The rescue was only the beginning. The restoration is now the bridge. The next phase is release. God is preparing to send you out, not into chaos, but into calling. You are about to become the answer to prayers you didn't even hear being prayed. Someone, somewhere, is waiting for the light you carry. And as heaven prepares you, the word rises once more, ancient, alive, and burning with truth, as Jesus himself declared in the Gospel of John, chapter 8, verse 12. I am the light of the world. Whoever follows me will never walk in darkness, but will have the light of life. This is the essence of your journey. You were rescued not only to walk in the light, but to become a bearer of it. You carry the same illumination that once found you in the dark. Every space you enter shifts because you bring with you the presence of the one who never stops shining. Your obedience now carries more influence than your words. People will begin to notice something in you, a stillness, a strength, a peace that cannot be explained. They'll call it confidence, but it's not. It's communion. The presence of God has become your posture. That's why storms no longer intimidate you. They recognize who you walk with. But as heaven prepares to elevate you, the Spirit whispers, stay humble. For the higher you climb, the softer your heart must become. Glory is safest in gentle hands. Let kindness remain your language and compassion your reflex. Power without love corrupts. Love with power transforms. You are not being raised to rule, you are being raised to restore. Your journey will soon become a map for others. They will look to your endurance for direction. They will follow the footprints of your faith. But remember, your purpose isn't to be admired, it's to guide. The light you carry was never meant for display, it was meant for direction. There's a sacred tension in this moment, a mix of excitement and awe. You can sense that something divine is unfolding, something that requires your agreement. Heaven won't force this next step, it invites it. The same way the sea waited for Moses to lift his staff. Heaven waits for you to lift your faith. So right here, right now, heaven invites you to respond, not out of fear, but out of faith. A prophetic moment disguised as a simple act. Comment, I'm ready. And when you write it, don't just type it, declare it. Let it be a vow, a covenant between your spirit and heaven. I'm ready is not just a phrase, it's permission. You're telling God, I trust you with what's next. I may not know where this road leads, but I know who leads me. And the act may feel small, but the ripple it creates is immense. Heaven registers obedience instantly. Angels move at the sound of surrender. When you say, I'm ready, Doors begin to shift in the unseen. You signal to the universe that destiny has found its consent. The Spirit moves in agreement. Every declaration becomes a seed, and "I'm ready" is a seed of manifestation. It plants faith in the soil of now. When heaven hears it, timing accelerates. The opportunities waiting in the wings begin to take form. The ideas that have been dormant begin to stir. Your readiness becomes a catalyst. You've waited long enough to understand this. Readiness is not about ability, it's about alignment. God doesn't choose the qualified. He qualifies the chosen. You are not being launched because you are perfect. You are being released because you are willing. There will be moments when fear will whisper again. It will say, "You're not enough. You're not prepared." But your spirit now knows the truth. Readiness is not about possession, it's about permission. You've given heaven permission to move through you, and that's all he needs. As you breathe out those words, "I'm ready," imagine heaven smiling. The countdown shifts. The atmosphere changes. You've stepped into the current of divine movement. The path ahead might be unfamiliar, but it's already blessed. You have walked through rescue, refinement, and revelation. Now you step into release. Heaven doesn't waste preparation. It turns it into power. Every lesson, every scar, every prayer, they converge in this moment, propelling you forward. From this point on, you will move differently. You'll speak with greater clarity, love with deeper compassion, and walk with unshakable peace. You will not just carry light, you will become it. Chosen one. Say it once more in your heart. "I'm ready." Let it echo beyond your screen, beyond your room, into the very throne room of heaven. The one who called you is waiting to respond. The countdown continues. But this time, it's counting the moments until the promise becomes visible. The road ahead glows with quiet certainty. Chosen one. The light that once guided you now seems to walk beside you, like a companion who has always been there, waiting for the right moment to reveal his face. You no longer ask, "Is this the way?" because your spirit already knows. You've learned to follow peace instead of pressure. You've become fluent in the language of divine timing. The days no longer blur together as they once did. Every hour feels purposeful now, infused with meaning. Even mundane moments carry the shimmer of eternity. You can feel heaven breathing through ordinary life, the rustle of leaves, the rhythm of rain, the laughter of strangers. You've realized that God doesn't only appear in miracles, He lives in moments. You've entered a new kind of awareness, the awareness of companionship. This is the mystery few understand, that the rescue was not just a rescue from something, but a rescue into someone. You were never saved to stand alone. You were saved to walk with Him. The deeper you go, the more you realize that God is not a visitor in your story. He is the author, still writing it. You've stopped searching for signs and started recognizing presence. That's maturity. You no longer chase manifestations, you carry them. Every time you extend grace, heaven manifests. Every time you choose peace over panic, heaven speaks. You've learned to live not as one waiting for miracles, but as one walking in them, and yet, even in peace. There are questions, not fearful ones, curious ones. What's next? Lord, where do you want me now? The Spirit answers not with words, but with weight, a quiet sense that more is coming. You feel it in your chest. That holy pressure that doesn't crush, but calls. It's the gentle nudge that reminds you that peace is not the end of the journey, it's the platform for purpose. Heaven's next instruction is simple: remain teachable. You've conquered storms, yes, but the greatest strength of the chosen is not power, it's humility. You've learned that revelation doesn't end, it expands. Every mountain you climb only reveals another peak beyond it. That's the beauty of divine growth. It never finishes. It deepens. Even now, you sense the Spirit stirring again, preparing you for a new kind of endurance. This one doesn't require running or fighting, it requires resting in trust. You will need to remember that rest is not laziness, it's alignment. The rescue taught you how to survive. This season will teach you how to sustain. And as you breathe, another timeless word rises: steady and eternal, wrapping its promise around your heart like a warm cloak. The Word of God declares in the book of Isaiah, chapter 43, verse 2, "When you pass through the waters, I will be with you, and when you pass through the rivers, they will not sweep over you. When you walk through the fire, you will not be burned, the flames will not set you ablaze." Then, this is more than poetry, it's prophecy. You've lived it. The waters didn't drown you. The fires didn't consume you. Every element that should have ended you, instead, revealed what could not be destroyed. You are the proof that divine presence is not fragile. You are the evidence that grace does not fade under pressure. You've walked through what others only fear to imagine. And now you carry the authority of the one who has endured. That authority doesn't boast, it blesses. It doesn't demand, it demonstrates. You no longer need to convince anyone of God's power. Your peace is proof enough. Still, the Spirit reminds you, the journey isn't about showcasing strength, it's about sharing it. The light you carry was never meant to be hoarded. Heaven has entrusted you with the kind of wisdom that can heal others. But only if you remain transparent. Never hide your scars, they are sermons. Never suppress your tears, they are testimonies. You don't glorify pain by remembering it, you glorify purpose by revealing what it produced. Heaven values honesty more than perfection. That's why God keeps choosing people who've been broken. They know what mercy feels like. You've learned to stop performing holiness and start living honesty. Holiness is not absence of flaw, it's awareness of grace. And that awareness has changed everything about how you move through the world. Your sensitivity to God's presence has sharpened. You recognize Him not just in the extraordinary, but in the quiet ordinary. When you wash dishes, when you walk to work, when you breathe, you sense Him near. That is divine intimacy, not constant miracles, but constant mindfulness. And through that awareness, you begin to understand what calling really means. It's not a career, not a platform, not a stage. It's the ability to reflect heaven wherever you stand. The chosen carry calling not as title, but as temperature. They change the atmosphere just by being who they are. This awareness humbles you. You stop striving to be great and start longing to be consistent. You no longer seek recognition, you seek resonance. You want your life to sound like heaven, your words to echo peace, your actions to mirror grace. That's what true anointing looks like. It's invisible until it's inevitable. You've noticed how heaven promotes quietly. The greater your influence becomes, the gentler your voice must stay. Power that is pure always flows through humility. You've stopped trying to prove yourself. You realize that the one who called you already approves of you. That's why your spirit feels lighter. You're no longer performing for acceptance, you're living from it. The countdown still hums softly beneath your everyday, but you've stopped hearing it as urgency. Now it sounds like music, a reminder that time is sacred, that every second is another opportunity to reflect the one who rescued you. The clock is no longer your enemy, it's your instrument. You've learned to make melody out of moments. Chosen one. This is the rhythm you were born for. Not haste, but harmony. Not noise, but knowing. Not striving, but shining. The rescue has turned into resonance. Your heartbeat now matches heaven's. And as you move forward, remember this. You are no longer running toward God. You are walking with Him. Every step is sacred. Every breath is prayer. Every glance toward heaven is a reminder that the one who called you still walks beside you, still strengthens you, still sings over you in love. There's a holy stillness in the air now. Chosen one. The landscape around you feels familiar yet transformed, as though heaven has quietly rewritten the scenery while you weren't looking. The same mountains that once seemed impossible now stand as monuments to what grace can accomplish. You look back, and every valley you passed through glows faintly with redemption. The road that once wounded you now worships beneath your feet. This is what it means to live after rescue, not to forget the pain, but to walk through it, healed. You are not the same person who once trembled at every shadow. You've been reshaped by mercy, reforged by surrender, remade in stillness. The world hasn't necessarily changed, but your vision has. What once looked like obstacles now looks like orchestration. The same events that broke you are now the verses of a song you didn't know heaven was composing. You've come to understand that revelation doesn't erase pain, it redeems it. Every moment you thought was wasted has become a building block in something sacred. The delay that once frustrated you became the very timing that protected you. You see now how God hides blessings in backward places. Every detour was direction in disguise. And in this new clarity, the Spirit begins to speak again, not through thunder, but through gentle remembrance. You recall the words whispered long ago when your heart was fragile and your faith was thin. They echo again now, not as correction, but as confirmation. The ancient words recorded in the book of Psalms, chapter 30, verse 5. Weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. And those words used to sound like promise, now they sound like proof. The night came, and you endured it. The tears fell, and heaven counted every one. Yet morning did come, not suddenly, but surely, not loudly, but faithfully. You didn't even notice when light began to replace the shadows. You just realized one day that peace had taken root where pain used to live. That's how God works. He heals quietly. The greatest miracles rarely make noise. They happen inside, where no one but heaven sees the shifting of fear into trust, bitterness into blessing, sorrow into song. You've stopped waiting for dramatic deliverance because you've realized that transformation happens in daily obedience. Miracles grow best in mundane soil. You've started to find joy in simple things again, in laughter that no longer hides sadness, in mornings that no longer feel heavy, in moments that don't need to be perfect to feel holy. That's restoration. It's not about going back to who you were. It's about becoming who you were meant to be all along. You've stopped chasing happiness because you've discovered joy. Happiness depends on circumstances, Joy depends on presence. Happiness flickers when the wind blows. Joy burns steady, no matter the weather. You've learned that the presence of God is not the absence of struggle, it's the assurance of survival. Your peace now feels permanent. It's not fragile anymore. It doesn't shatter at the first sound of thunder or the hint of disappointment. It's deep, rooted like an oak that has endured countless storms. The roots of your spirit grip grace so tightly that even when your branches shake, your core remains unmovable. You've realized, too, that peace isn't the reward of prayer, it's the result of trust. You don't need answers to rest, you only need assurance. You've stopped demanding explanations from heaven and started offering expectation instead. You no longer ask, "Why did this happen?" but "What will you make of it?" That shift changed everything. There's a different kind of confidence in you now, not arrogance, but awareness. You know who walks with you, and that knowledge keeps your spirit steady. Even when uncertainty tries to creep in, it can't settle anymore. Your heart has become a house where fear cannot live long. You no longer feel the need to prove anything to anyone. You've learned that validation from heaven is enough. The world doesn't need to understand your calling. It only needs to witness its fruit. You've stopped explaining your process because those who are meant to understand will recognize the glow. The chosen don't argue, they illuminate. And illumination has become your nature. Wherever you go, clarity follows. The conversations you have carry depth. The people you meet find comfort in your composure. You don't try to fix them. Your peace fixes what your words cannot. That's how heaven works through you now, not through striving, but through stillness. You may not see it yet, but you've become an anchor for others. Your calm teaches people that faith can be quiet. You've shown that God doesn't always need shouting to show up. Sometimes He comes softly, through someone who has learned to carry Him well. That's you, the steady reminder that light doesn't need to announce itself. It simply shines. The countdown continues, but its tone has changed again. It no longer feels like a timer, it feels like a heartbeat. You can almost hear it pulsing beneath every moment. A rhythm of divine purpose that keeps time with your steps. Heaven is no longer rushing you, it's walking with you. And as you walk, you begin to see the bigger picture unfolding. Every trial, every test, every tear was part of the tapestry. Heaven weaved it all into beauty. What once looked chaotic now looks coordinated. You were never off course, you were being cultivated. You've grown into gratitude. You thank God for the nights now, because they taught you to treasure dawn. You thank Him for the waiting, because it trained your trust. You thank Him for every no, because they led you to better yeses. Gratitude has become your gravity. It keeps you grounded in grace, no matter how high you rise. This is what true restoration looks like, not perfection, but perspective. You see clearly now that everything you've been through was preparation, not punishment. Heaven doesn't waste pain, it recycles it into purpose. The air feels charged again. Chosen one. You can sense it deep in your spirit. Something divine is stirring beneath the surface. It's not chaos, it's creation. Heaven is arranging, aligning, activating. You may not see it yet, but you feel it like the hum before a symphony begins. Every lesson, every scar, every moment of obedience is converging into purpose. The season of silence is giving way to the season of sound. You've waited long, and you've waited well. You've learned that patience is not passive, it's powerful. Heaven has been sculpting you in secret, shaping your faith into a foundation that can bear the weight of destiny. The pressure you felt wasn't punishment, it was preparation. You were being fitted for something sacred. Now the air around you feels thinner, lighter, holy. It's the sign of transition. You are not stepping back, you're stepping higher. The ground beneath you trembles slightly, not in fear, but in recognition. The atmosphere knows when a chosen one begins to rise. Even the earth seems to whisper, "Make room." And this moment you stand in isn't coincidence, it's convergence. The dreams you buried are awakening again, not as fantasies, but as assignments. You can feel it, the divine rhythm in your chest, syncing with heaven's heartbeat. The countdown ticks louder, not as warning, but as invitation. Now. And heaven isn't calling you to strive, it's calling you to step. The doors that once resisted you are ready to open. The same walls that blocked you are now beginning to breathe, ready to split at heaven's command. You've carried your faith through fire, and now it's fireproof. You've walked through storms, and now even the wind recognizes your authority. You are no longer walking to victory, you're walking from it. And just as you prepare to step forward, a voice from eternity echoes through your spirit again, steady, unscient, alive, as was spoken in the sacred texts of old. In the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, verse 13, "The Lord will make you the head, not the tail. If you pay attention to the commands of the Lord your God that I give you this day and carefully follow them, you will always be at the top, never at the bottom." Oh, these are not words of flattery, they are decrees. You are stepping into elevation, not through ambition, but through alignment. You've learned that obedience is the true ladder. Every time you said yes in private, heaven built a step in public. You are climbing now, but your climb looks like peace. Your ascent feels like rest. That's the paradox of grace. It lifts without strain. But even as heaven prepares to elevate you, it extends one last reminder. Never forget the pattern. The moment you rise, remember what got you here: humility, consistency, surrender. The higher you go, the lower your heart must stay. Glory isn't weightless, it's heavy. But you've been trained to carry it with grace. Your life is no longer a waiting room, it's a launch pad. Every piece that once felt random now locks perfectly into place. You can almost hear the clicking sound of destiny aligning. What once looked like delay now reveals itself as design. Heaven was never late, it was layering. This is the moment where heaven requires your response. God never forces movement. He invites it. Miracles always begin with agreement. Destiny doesn't activate automatically, it responds to obedience. You've come too far to stand still now. Right here, right now. In this holy pause between past and purpose, heaven waits for your confirmation. It's not a ritual, it's a release. Comment tishaet elfim, tishamot tishim vitisha below. Why 9,999? Because 9 represents completion, the end of a cycle, the fullness of preparation. And when repeated 4 times, it declares divine finality, heaven's signature that what was delayed is now delivered. What was promised is now prepared. When you write 9,999, You are saying, Lord, I accept the completion of this chapter and the beginning of the next. I align with your timing and step boldly into fulfillment. This act isn't symbolic, it's spiritual. It's heaven's language of agreement through action. When you respond in faith, you signal that your spirit is ready for acceleration. You're saying, I'm done with wandering. I'm ready for walking. Heaven takes note of every act of alignment. As you type those 4 numbers, picture heaven recording your response like a signature written in light. Angels begin to move at the sound of agreement. Doors marked waiting swing open. Paths once obscured by fog become clear. You'll begin to notice the shift, sudden clarity, unexpected favor, divine coincidences that make no earthly sense. 9,999 marks the turning point. You're not just closing a chapter, you're crossing into covenant. You are saying goodbye to confusion, to fear, to hesitation. You are embracing completion, not as an ending, but as a beginning in disguise. Completion doesn't mean finality, it means fulfillment. The seed has become a tree. The promise has become presence. And even as you declare it, heaven begins to breathe new strength into you. The tiredness that once weighed on your shoulders starts to lift. The fog of uncertainty clears. You begin to see through heaven's eyes, a vision not limited by time, but expanded by trust. Chosen one. The divine shift you felt coming is not imaginary, it's inevitable. Heaven cannot forget the faithful. The promises hovering over your life are finding their landing place now. You've waited long enough. The spiritual ground beneath your feet is shaking with the weight of manifestation. This is the sound of fulfillment. The cycle of waiting is closing, and the season of walking in answered prayer begins. You no longer hope for light, you are light. You no longer wait for signs, you've become one. Every day ahead will now carry a different weight purpose. Clarity. Ease. 9999. The number of endings and beginnings, of promise realized and purpose revealed. Write it. Declare it. Believe it. Because when heaven says, it is finished, it also means, now it begins. And the countdown hasn't stopped, it has simply changed tone. No longer counting down to crisis, but counting down to completion. The story that once broke you now becomes the blueprint for others to find their own breakthrough. Heaven smiles. Because you made it, and because your yes continues to echo beyond your own life. You've crossed into new light. Chosen one. The air feels different, now thinner, purer, alive with promise. You can almost taste purpose in the wind. Everything around you whispers of completion and continuation at the same time. Heaven has not only restored what was lost, it has redefined what's possible. You are no longer walking in recovery, you are walking in revelation. But even in this glory, heaven reminds you of something essential. Light is meant to be shared. A candle kept under a bowl suffocates, but when it's lifted, even the smallest flame becomes a beacon. You were never meant to keep your transformation private. What heaven healed in you, it intends to release through you. The world is still dark in many corners, and your light is the answer to someone's prayer. This is where obedience meets overflow. What you've received isn't just for your comfort, it's for continuation. The message that touched your heart might be the spark that ignites another life. You've seen firsthand how words can heal, how light can lead, how truth can transform. that same light flows through your hands now. Through every action you take to carry hope forward. When you like a message like this, it's not just engagement, it's agreement. You're saying to heaven, this truth found me, and I choose to keep it alive. That small action might feel ordinary, but it becomes extraordinary when done in faith. Heaven sees every digital amen as a seed of affirmation, a silent yes that strengthens the current of grace moving through this message. When you share, you're not just passing content, you're passing comfort. Imagine your share as a lantern sent floating down a river of souls. Someone, somewhere, weary and wandering, will see that light and realize they're not alone. You might never meet them, but heaven will, through your obedience. When you subscribe, you're not simply joining a channel, you're joining a current. You're choosing to stay in the flow of revelation that keeps your faith fed. Each message builds upon the last, layering grace upon grace until your soul becomes fluent in divine language. It's how heaven nurtures consistency in an inconsistent world. And when you choose to donate, see it as pouring oil into an eternal lamp. Every seed of generosity becomes fire that travels further than you can imagine. You're not just giving, you're extending the reach of rescue, like a lighthouse that needs oil to keep burning. Every contribution ensures that light keeps guiding lost ships home. Don't see giving as losing, see it as lighting. Each act of support feeds the flame, keeping heaven's message alive for those still searching. Even the smallest amount becomes holy fuel. When you release what you have, heaven releases what you need. It's never a transaction, it's transformation. Think of it this way. Every act of generosity is like tossing a pebble into eternity's river. The ripples reach far beyond your sight. Someone across the world might wake up tomorrow feeling peace for the first time in months, all because you kept the light burning. That's the quiet beauty of kingdom work. You never know who you're rescuing, but heaven does. There's a verse that captures this beautifully, a reminder that giving and grace are never separate. Scripture says in the second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 9, verse 11, you will be enriched in every way so that you can be generous on every occasion. And through us, your generosity will result in thanksgiving to God. That's the divine equation. Heaven enriches so you can release. Every time you give, heaven multiplies not to make you wealthy, but to keep you willing. The more you pour out, the more you overflow, the more you bless, the more you become blessed. It's the divine rhythm of reciprocity. Grace in, grace out, glory multiplied. This isn't manipulation, it's momentum. You've seen what happens when you give from your heart. The joy that follows isn't material, it's spiritual. Heaven fills what flows, but it can't fill what's closed. When your heart stays open, the current never stops. When you give, you become a co-laborer with heaven. You help carry the weight of light, keeping it alive across screens, borders, and languages. You're not funding a project, you're fueling purpose. You're not supporting a person, you're sustaining a movement. Every like, every share, every seed of generosity writes you into the story of someone else's salvation. There's something sacred about knowing that your small act might be the reason another soul keeps going. That your click, your prayer, your offering might reach a heart trembling in silence somewhere far away. Heaven doesn't measure generosity by numbers, it measures by love. And love, when released, always multiplies. If you could see through heaven's eyes, you'd see the ripple of your actions. A single share lighting up a phone screen in another nation. A simple gift turning into a word that changes a life. A message of hope landing at the exact moment someone decides not to give up. That's the miracle of partnership. Heaven uses human hands to carry divine healing. And so, chosen one, as you continue this journey, remember this truth. The rescue doesn't end with you, it flows through you. Your life has become part of heaven's supply chain of light. Each act of generosity becomes a spark that ensures the flame never fades. When you like, you affirm. When you share, you extend. When you subscribe, you stay aligned. When you give, you sustain. It's not obligation, it's opportunity. The same grace that lifted you now moves through you, keeping the cycle of rescue alive. The countdown continues. But it no longer counts down to survival. It counts forward to expansion. Heaven's message doesn't end here. It multiplies. And through your willing heart, the light keeps traveling further, deeper, stronger. You are not just part of this story. You are helping write it. You are a flame in a network of fire, a drop in a tide of mercy, a thread in the tapestry of transformation. Heaven is proud of your yes, your faith, your generosity. Keep the fire alive. Keep the light traveling. Keep heaven's current flowing through your hands. What you give, what you share, what you support, all of it matters more than you know. The light is moving still, and through you, it always will. The sky before you feels vast. Chosen one, it stretches endlessly, painted in the quiet hues of destiny. You can sense it, the subtle vibration of heaven moving closer, the gentle hum of fulfillment beginning to rise. Every lesson has led to this point. Every battle, every breakthrough, every breath. The path is not behind you, it is beneath you, carrying you forward with holy momentum. You have learned what few ever do, that peace is power and surrender is strategy. You no longer wrestle with the winds, you ride them. You have discovered that divine flow is not forced. You've become attuned to the rhythm of grace, able to discern the difference between noise and calling, between distraction and direction. Heaven has made your hearing sharp, your heart steady, your spirit light. You are ready for the deeper waters now, not the shallow waves where fear whispers, but the depths where faith reigns. The surface no longer satisfies you. You crave the substance of God's presence. That's how you know you've grown. Shallow hearts chase blessings, deep hearts chase the blesser. You've crossed that line. You are no longer surviving off miracles. You are living off relationship. And as you stand at the edge of new beginnings, heaven speaks again, not through thunder, but through peace. Step forward. I am with you. The command feels simple, yet sacred. Every step you take from this point forward will not only mark your path, it will light the way for others. You've become the evidence that endurance works, that faith still holds, that obedience still builds. It was proclaimed in the second letter to Timothy, chapter 4, verse 7, I have fought the good fight. I have finished the race. I have kept the faith. This is not a eulogy, it's a declaration of victory. You fought well, not against flesh and blood, but against fear, doubt, and despair. You've endured the invisible wars and emerged not bitter, but better. You've learned that winning doesn't always look like triumph. Sometimes it looks like survival. Sometimes victory is simply refusing to quit, when quitting seems easiest. The race you're running now is different. It's rhythmic, graceful, purposeful. You're no longer sprinting for approval. You're pacing yourself with peace. You understand that the finish line isn't about arrival, it's about awareness. You carry completion within you, even as you continue moving. And yet, heaven leans closer. There's still one thing needed before this chapter closes: agreement. God can prepare, position, and promise, but He will never force participation. You must say yes again. You must seal the shift. Right now, in this sacred moment, heaven invites you to respond, not with many words, but with a few that echo through eternity. Comment, "I receive it." When you write it, don't type casually, type consciously. Let it be a decree from your spirit. You're not merely reacting to words, you're activating a word over your life. I receive it means I align. I accept. I allow heaven's will to unfold through me. It is both surrender and strength, faith and finality. Heaven reads agreement like music. When you respond in faith, the spiritual realm adjusts. The atmosphere bends toward your belief. Angels record obedience faster than lightning strikes. The very act of saying, "I receive it," tells heaven, "I'm ready to hold what you've already handed me." It's not just a phrase, it's a portal. The moment you speak it, something begins to move. You may not see it, but you'll feel it. A wave of peace settles, clarity sharpens, weight lifts. The divine alignment that once felt delayed clicks into place. Heaven doesn't require perfection, just participation. I receive it. 3 words that open doors, heal hearts, and anchor promises. Those who declare it step into acceleration. They no longer chase, they collect. They no longer beg, they believe. They no longer wait for signs, they walk as them. As you whisper those words from your heart, you can almost sense the shift happening, like the final piece of a divine puzzle sliding into place. You feel lighter, taller, clearer. The horizon no longer intimidates, it invites. This is what trust feels like. You've spent so long surviving that thriving almost feels foreign, but it's your new normal. Heaven didn't bring you this far to leave you wondering what's next. You are what's next. The rescue, the refinement, the revelation, all of it has led to this release. From here, your assignment changes form. You won't just carry light, you'll become it. You won't just speak truth, you'll embody it. You won't just seek peace, you'll attract it. This is what maturity in grace looks like. Effortless influence born from intimacy. You will find yourself in the right places, at the right times, speaking the right words, not because of chance, but because of constant connection. The world needs what you carry. It's not pride to acknowledge it, it's stewardship. Heaven placed power in you, not for show, but for service. Every healed part of you now becomes healing for someone else. Every battle you survived becomes a bridge for others to cross. Your story isn't just testimony, it's template. I receive it. 3 words that seal the season, that signal readiness, that declare, I will no longer resist what God wants to release. You're not waiting for open doors anymore, they're waiting for your step. You're not praying for strength, you've already become it. The moment you receive, heaven releases. Chosen one. You've fought the fight, kept the faith, and finished the phase. The race continues, but now you run from rest, not from resistance. You carry the momentum of mercy, the rhythm of revelation, the fragrance of fulfillment. You've said yes once more, and heaven smiles. The countdown ticks softly in the background, no longer counting time, but testifying to transformation. You've crossed another threshold, and the universe shifts slightly to make room for your arrival. The rescue is complete, but the mission continues. You are living proof that surrender is strength, that faith still works, that heaven always finishes what it starts. You've entered the quiet after the climb. Chosen one. The air is thinner here, not in a suffocating way, but in a sacred one. Every breath feels lighter, every heartbeat slower. The noise of struggle has faded into the soft hum of peace. This is the summit of surrender, the still height of trust. You've reached the place where heaven and earth seem to touch, not through distance, but through awareness. From here, you can see everything differently. The valleys below are no longer places of pain, they are chapters of preparation. Every tear, every trial, every night that felt endless now glows with purpose from this higher view. You can trace the pattern of grace woven through every hardship. What once looked like chaos now looks like choreography. Heaven never wasted a single step. You realize now that the rescue was never random, it was relational. God didn't just pull you out of something, He pulled you closer to Himself. You used to think the miracle was survival, but now you understand the miracle is connection. You've moved from desperation to devotion, from seeking deliverance to living in constant dialogue with the deliverer. Your heart feels lighter, but not empty. It's full in a way that no possession could fill. You've learned that peace isn't found in having everything. It's found in needing nothing but Him. The same presence that met you in the pit now walks with you in the promise. You no longer have to search for where He is. He's in every breath you take. And as you stand in this stillness, the Spirit speaks again, not to startle, but to steady. The voice doesn't come from above or around, it rises from within, as written in the book of Psalms, chapter 16, verse 11. You make known to me the path of life. You will fill me with joy in your presence, with eternal pleasures at your right hand. The words don't just comfort you, they confirm you. You've been walking the path of life, even when it felt like death. You've been guided by unseen hands, guarded by invisible grace. The presence you once sought externally has become internal, an atmosphere you carry wherever you go. You finally understand the presence of God is not an event, it's an environment. It doesn't visit you, it indwells you. Wherever you walk, heaven walks too. That's why peace follows you like a shadow. Why doors open before you without force. Why storms seem to calm when you arrive. You've become a carrier of calm. It wasn't always this way. There were days when the silence scared you, when unanswered prayers felt like abandonment. But now you know that heaven's quiet wasn't absence, it was intimacy. God wasn't ignoring you. He was teaching you how to hear Him without words. The deeper you went, the fewer explanations you needed. You stopped demanding signs because you started living as one. You became the evidence of God's faithfulness, living proof that He still rescues, still restores, still redeems. You no longer speak of hope as a theory. you carry it like an inheritance. And from this place of fullness, gratitude begins to overflow. Naturally, you no longer have to force praise, it flows like breathing. You find yourself thanking God in moments you used to overlook. The warmth of sunlight, the softness of quiet mornings, the smile of a stranger, all of it feels sacred now. Gratitude has turned your ordinary life into a temple. You start to notice how heaven's hand has always been gentle, even in correction. Every detour was a direction disguised. Every delay was mercy in motion. The moments that felt like rejection were redirections to something better. You no longer resist the flow, you rest in it. The people who once misunderstood you no longer upset you. You've stopped trying to explain your journey to those who weren't assigned to walk it. You love them, but you no longer need their validation. Peace has made you secure in silence. You understand now that not everyone can comprehend the weight of being chosen, and that's okay. Chosen ones are not meant to be understood, they're meant to be effective. There's a beautiful simplicity to your life now. The drama is quieted. The striving has ceased. You don't rush, you respond. You don't chase, you choose. Every decision feels measured. Every movement, intentional. You've learned that purpose doesn't always announce itself loudly. It often whispers in peace. You've also discovered that healing is not linear. Some days still ache. Some memories still sting. But even the pain has changed tone. It's softer now. More like a reminder than a wound. You no longer fight it. You fellowship with it. You've learned to thank God for even the thorns, because they remind you how deeply grace has rooted. This is maturity, the ability to hold both joy and sorrow without breaking. You understand that light doesn't cancel darkness, it transforms it. You no longer need everything to be perfect to call it good. You recognize beauty even in the cracks, strength even in the softness. Heaven has taught you to see with eternal eyes. You are no longer waiting for rescue. You are the rescued. You've stopped begging for peace and started embodying it. The storms that once defined you now obey you. You've become what you once prayed for, steady, clear, unwavering. Heaven trusts you with calm because you've proven faithful in chaos. And now, as you stand on this mountain of peace, the horizon expands once more. You realize that every summit leads to another valley, not as punishment, but as purpose. You're not afraid of descent anymore because you know who walks beside you. The rescue is complete, but the relationship continues. The air at this altitude feels both still and alive. Chosen one, you have entered the realm of quiet understanding, where everything that once confused you now carries meaning. The seasons that broke you have become bridges. The people who left have become lessons. The tears that once blurred your sight have become the very waters that cleansed your vision. You can finally see clearly your life was never a series of accidents, but a sacred arrangement of divine appointments. This is what heaven wanted all along, not perfection, but perception. You were never meant to understand every detail in the moment. Faith grows best in mystery. Heaven plants revelation like seeds. It takes time for them to sprout. Now, looking back, you can see the forest that grew from every prayer, every pain, every promise kept. What once felt scattered has become symphonic. There's a peace that comes when you stop fighting what's already finished. You've learned to rest in the rhythm of divine design. You don't have to strive for control anymore. You simply have to stay surrendered. Life no longer feels like a test. It feels like a testimony unfolding in real time. You can sense it. Heaven is pleased. Your spirit has matured into stillness. You no longer flinch when storms approach. You don't panic when plans change. You've seen enough of God's pattern to know that what feels like delay is usually disguise. Every apparent setback is a setup. Every detour is divine direction. What once scared you now strengthens you. You no longer ask, "Why me?" but "What for?" And heaven smiles at the shift. And through that maturity, another word rises from the depths of ancient truth: steady, quiet, alive with certainty. The prophet Jeremiah spoke, as recorded in the book of Jeremiah, chapter 29, verse 11, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future." When? Those words have always been quoted in celebration. But for you, they carry revelation. You now understand that prosper doesn't always mean wealth, it means wholeness. Hope doesn't always mean waiting, it means knowing. Future doesn't always mean distance, it means direction. Heaven's plans were never about what you would possess, they were about who you would become. You are walking proof that His plans prevail, even when paths change. You didn't have to understand everything to stay in alignment. You simply had to keep trusting. That's what faith really is, choosing belief in the dark until light arrives. You've mastered that now, not because it was easy, but because you learned how to breathe while breaking. There were nights you thought the promise had died, days you thought heaven had forgotten, moments when silence felt like abandonment. But what you didn't see was that heaven was building the foundation beneath your feet. Every unanswered prayer was an invitation to deeper dependence. Every closed door was a rerouting toward revelation. Now that you've crossed through that silence, you understand something sacred. God doesn't test faith to grade it, He tests it to grow it. Your faith is no longer fragile. It doesn't waver with emotion or circumstance. It's rooted now, deep in the soil of experience. You don't just believe God is good, you know it. You've come to realize that life's rhythm is not linear, it's layered. Every season builds upon the last. The waiting you endured wasn't wasted. It wove resilience into your soul. The heartbreaks that tore you apart became hollow spaces heaven could fill with wisdom. Even the times you walked alone were lessons in intimacy. You were never truly isolated. You were being incubated. It's strange how calm the unknown feels now. You used to fear uncertainty, but now it feels like freedom. You no longer crave control, because you've seen how beautifully life unfolds when you stop forcing outcomes. You trust the author now. You know that the same hand that wrote the storm also wrote the sunrise that follows. Even your relationship with time has changed. You've stopped rushing. You understand that divine timing doesn't bow to human clocks. What's meant for you can't miss you. And what misses you wasn't meant for you. That truth has set you free from striving. You move slower now, but with more precision. You've learned that the Spirit leads gently, never frantically. Peace has become your natural state. It's not something you chase, it's something you carry. People around you can feel it, even when you don't speak. You've become the embodiment of stillness in motion. Heaven calls this level stewardship, the ability to sustain peace, not just experience it. Even your prayers have shifted. You no longer pray from panic, but from partnership. Your words are fewer, but your awareness is deeper. You no longer plead for God to show up. You thank Him for already being there. You understand now that prayer isn't about informing heaven, it's about aligning earth. There's a deep reverence in your tone now, a quiet awe that doesn't need to prove faith, it simply lives it. You used to think miracles were rare, but now you see them everywhere, in the rhythm of your breath, in the kindness of strangers, in the strength that greets you each morning. Every heartbeat feels like a hallelujah. You carry heaven's rhythm now. Your life has become a harmony between effort and ease, faith and flow. You no longer separate the sacred from the simple because you've realized they're the same. Every task done in love is worship. Every conversation soaked in grace is ministry. Every moment lived in awareness is holy. And as you walk through this peace, you finally understand the purpose of rescue. It wasn't about removing you from danger, it was about revealing who you are. You were never just a survivor, you were always a reflection of divine endurance. The same God who spoke light into existence spoke purpose into your pain. And now that purpose shines through you effortlessly. The horizon has softened. Chosen one, the light that once blinded now blesses. It no longer demands your attention, it dances gently across your path. Steady and sure, you've entered the realm of completion. Not the kind that ends, but the kind that endures. You can feel it in your bones. This is peace matured, faith fulfilled, purpose settled. The noise that once filled your mind has fallen silent, replaced by a still knowing that everything, truly everything, has been woven for good. You stand now as one who has crossed through fire and emerged fragrant with wisdom. There is a quiet power about you, a weight of calm that no storm can imitate. You don't react, you resonate. Your presence doesn't need to announce itself. It simply is. You are living in alignment with heaven's rhythm, and that rhythm flows through every heartbeat, every word, every moment. You've stopped searching for signs because you've become one. Your life itself is evidence proof that God keeps promises, that time redeems all things, that the broken can become breathtaking. You no longer fear what's ahead because you trust who walks beside you. Faith isn't something you practice anymore, it's something you are. And yet, even here, at the height of peace, heaven continues to whisper. The voice is softer now, closer, like a friend speaking beside you rather than above you. The words are simple, but they carry eternity within them. Abide. In, not strive, not chase. Just abide. That word wraps around your spirit like warmth on a cold morning. It's not a command, it's a comfort. You finally understand that the goal was never to reach a destination, but to remain in relationship. The rescue, the refinement, the revelation, all of it was leading you here, to resting in divine presence without fear of losing it. And in that sacred stillness, another verse rises from the eternal script, reminding you that what you have found cannot be undone. Scripture says in the Gospel of John, chapter 15, verse 5, I am the vine, you are the branches. If you remain in me and I in you, you will bear much fruit. Apart from me, you can do nothing. You no longer read that as dependency, you read it as unity. To remain in him is not to be small, it is to be steady. You've discovered that divine strength doesn't come from striving, it comes from staying. When you abide, you don't just survive seasons, you shape them. You don't chase fruit, you bear it naturally. Because connection has replaced effort. This abiding has changed everything about how you live. You no longer measure success by progress, but by presence. You no longer evaluate your worth by outcomes, but by obedience. You've learned that true abundance isn't accumulation, it's alignment. You don't gather blessings anymore, you become one. There's something sacred about the simplicity that now defines you. The more heaven has added to you, the less you've needed. You've learned that spiritual maturity looks like subtraction, losing fear, losing pride, losing the desire to control. Each layer peeled away revealed more peace. What remains now is pure essence, light, love, and listening. You are no longer led by urgency. You move with precision, flowing in step with the Spirit. You've realized that heaven's pace is never rushed. It moves at the speed of revelation, slow enough to notice, steady enough to sustain. That's how you live now, fully aware, fully awake, fully anchored. The people around you begin to sense it. They can't always explain it, but they feel peace in your presence. The same way sunlight warms without words, your spirit comforts without effort. You are a living reflection of divine stillness, a quiet testimony that grace doesn't need volume to be visible. You've also learned that not everyone will understand this kind of peace. Some will misinterpret your calm as indifference, your silence as distance. But you no longer defend yourself. You understand that misunderstanding is often the price of maturity. The deeper you go, the fewer will follow. But that's not loneliness. It's leading. You've accepted that leadership in the Spirit looks different. It doesn't command attention, it carries it. You've learned to guide others, not by direction, but by demonstration. You no longer need to convince people of truth. You embody it. They see God's faithfulness in your posture, His mercy in your manner, His wisdom in your words. It's humbling. This new level of peace, you feel both smaller and stronger at once. You understand now that true greatness hides itself in gentleness. Heaven doesn't elevate with noise, it promotes with quiet. You've stopped striving to stand out, because you've learned that light doesn't compete, it simply reveals. Even your battles have changed. The enemy no longer attacks you in chaos, he tries to lure you into distraction. But you've grown too discerning for that. You protect your peace like treasure, knowing it's the atmosphere where miracles manifest. You no longer fight for attention, you fight for awareness. The days unfold differently now. You wake without dread, move without haste, speak without fear. Life feels sacred again. Not because circumstances are perfect, but because your perception is. You finally see that every moment, sunrise or storm, is holy ground. Every breath is borrowed, grace. You find yourself thanking God for things you once resented. You thank Him for the silence that grew your listening, for the pruning that preserved your purpose, for the waiting that taught you worth. Gratitude has become second nature, not because everything is easy, but because everything is eternal. Even time feels softer now. You no longer rush through days, you savor them. The countdown that once echoed like warning now hums like worship. You realize it was never counting down to an ending, it was counting you up to awareness. Every second you lived was preparation for this peace. You stand now as one fully aligned with heaven. The storm can roar, the earth can shake, but your soul remains unmoved. You have become the calm in the chaos, the stillness in the storm, the proof that divine peace isn't fragile, it's forever. The rescue is complete, the rhythm is steady, and heaven, watching from realms unseen, whispers through your spirit with joy, "Well done." And you smile not from pride, but from peace, because you know now, deeply and surely, that what began in brokenness has ended in balance. You were rescued to become rest, and now the world will find it through you. The world around you seems softer now. Chosen one, the colors feel deeper, the air more alive. You walk through the same streets, but they feel different because you are different. Everything that once overwhelmed you now feels orchestrated. The noise of the world no longer penetrates your peace. It flows around you like water around stone. You have become what heaven always intended, a vessel of stillness in a storming world. There is a sacred weight in this moment. You can sense heaven smiling over your journey, the way a craftsman steps back to admire the masterpiece once the final stroke is made. You've walked through valleys of shadow, stood in fires that should have consumed you, and waited in nights that seemed endless. Yet through it all, you never stopped listening. You never stopped believing that rescue was possible. And now, standing here, you understand it wasn't just possible, it was promised. The rescue was never about escape. It was about revelation. You were not pulled out of the storm. You were taught to walk on it. Every moment of pain carved space for purpose. Every silence from heaven trained your hearing for subtle whispers. You now move in step with eternity. Your heart tuned to divine frequency. The countdown that once felt urgent has turned into rhythm, a heartbeat of heaven that pulses through you. You realize that time has never been your enemy. It has always been your teacher. Every tick has been part of your transformation. What began as desperation has evolved into divine awareness. You no longer chase destiny. You carry it quietly. And as you stand in this holy stillness, the Spirit brings one final whisper from the eternal scroll. A verse that feels like a seal pressed into the wax of your soul, as was written in the book of Revelation, chapter 21, verse 4. He will wipe every tear from their eyes. There will be no more death or mourning or crying or pain, for the old order of things has passed away. Those words have never sounded more real than they do now. You feel their truth resonating in your spirit. The old order has indeed passed. The endless cycles of fear, striving, and sorrow have ended. You've stepped into the new, an existence not free from challenge, but filled with unshakable peace. You no longer measure life by success or failure, but by surrender. The more you release, the more you receive, the more you let go, the more heaven fills your hands. You've learned that control was never your power, trust was. And in that trust, you've found strength that doesn't need to shout to prove itself. Every scar you carry now glows faintly with meaning. What once hurt to touch has become holy to remember. Your pain didn't just shape you, it sanctified you. It stripped away everything false until only truth remained. You've learned that resurrection doesn't erase the cross, it redeems it. The wounds of your past now hold wisdom that will guide others home. And that's the mystery of this rescue. It never ends with one person. You were saved to become saving. You were healed to become healing. You were found so that you could become the one who helps others find their way. You are no longer just a recipient of mercy. You are its representative. Every word you speak, every act of grace, every moment of compassion becomes a continuation of the miracle that began with you. Heaven doesn't retire the rescued, it reassigns them. Your mission doesn't stop here. it simply shifts. You're not stepping down from purpose. You're stepping into peace-driven power. What you carry now is not just testimony, it's torchlight. You'll walk into rooms that still hold darkness, and you won't even need to say much. The light in your eyes will be sermon enough. You will begin to notice divine timing unfolding all around you. Encounters that feel coincidental will reveal themselves as coordinated. Words you didn't plan to say will heal people you didn't know were hurting. You'll realize that miracles don't always announce themselves. They happen through those who walk in awareness. This, chosen one, is what heaven meant by rescue. It was never just pulling you from danger. It was positioning you to carry deliverance. You've become the evidence that God still moves, still redeems, still renews. You are the living continuation of every promise spoken since the dawn of creation. Light always wins. As you look around now, you notice how everything breathes differently. The trees seem to worship in silence. The sky feels wider, as though eternity itself has opened a little wider above you. Even the wind seems to whisper, "Well done." You are no longer at war with the world. You are woven into it. The separation between sacred and simple has dissolved. Every breath, every blink, every heartbeat is worship. You know that there will still be challenges, but they no longer intimidate you. The storms may come, but they will not shake what heaven has settled. You understand now that peace isn't the absence of conflict, it's the mastery of response. You carry that mastery. You are the stillness in the storm, the calm in the chaos, the unshakable center of divine presence. Chosen one, take a moment and breathe. You've made it through every storm, every silence, every test that tried to steal your voice. Heaven has watched every step and whispered through every pause. You didn't just survive this journey, you transformed through it. You are not who you were when this began. You've become proof that divine rescue is real, that grace still rewrites stories, and that faith, when held tightly, can outlast any fire. Look at what's been built within you: endurance, wisdom, and peace that cannot be shaken. This is not the end, it's the unveiling. Heaven doesn't close books, it opens scrolls. Your life is now a living testimony, a continuation of divine words written before time began. You are walking scripture, breathing purpose, shining proof that light always wins. But now, as this message closes, the light must travel. What found you must find others. Like this message, not for numbers, but as a declaration that you've received what heaven spoke. When you share, imagine it like releasing a spark across the world. You never know whose darkness will be lit because of your act of faith. When you comment, let your heart speak. Declare what this journey awakened in you. Tell heaven you heard. Tell the world you're still standing. And if this message has met you deeply, subscribe and stay connected. This isn't a channel, it's a family of faith. Each message builds upon the last, carrying heaven's heartbeat across nations. Let your voice be part of that sound. Every time you engage, you become a carrier of light. Every time you give attention to what's divine, you fuel heaven's movement on earth. This is how the flame spreads, one heart at a time. One yes at a time. Chosen one. You were never just meant to listen, you were meant to live this truth. So go forth. Walk with quiet confidence. Let your peace preach louder than your pain. Let your faith speak in every action. You have not reached an ending, You've reached an echo, the sound of heaven continuing through you. Keep shining. Keep believing. Keep spreading the message. The rescue lives on every time you do.